What up? Wait, I can't hear myself right now. Oh, that's why. Hello, everyone. Face reveal, I know. Well, first of all, can I just say it's COVID? My hair's a mess. I'm wearing headphones to cover it up for this reason. But yeah, it's been a while, everyone. It's been a while, May. Can I just give a quick shout out to May? It's been a long while. It's been a few years, anyways. But she used to be, still is actually, moderated for my chat back when I used to stream. But yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you for turning up. Hopefully this will be a good session. Like I said, this will be a Q&A session. So feel free to submit your questions in the chat. Or, I mean, not many people even replied in the actual Twitter itself. But we have also a Discord, which I'm going to spam in the chat right now. Assuming I still have the copy-paste, which I do. So, if you want to, because if you ask questions in the Twitch chat right now, I might lose it. Also, I'm very blown out in terms of lighting. Let me reduce that down in a second. So in the chat, there is a link to the Discord. You don't have to join it, but like I said, if you want to submit your questions, it'll be easier there. There's a little channel called Submit Questions. I can't remember what it's called. It'll just be easier to keep track of, right? You know, we know how you are. You love to spam the chat. It might get lost. I might lose track of it. Best way is to place it somewhere where I can see it. Anyways, nice little warm up. How you're doing? But yes, you're probably, you're not going to be seeing that starting soon very much often now, actually. This will probably be the last time you're going to see it. Sad times, right? So let's bring it back up. Let's have a nice little look at it one last time. Yeah, you won't more see it. And this is also a very different background. I mean, obviously I don't want to use the Esports hub anymore because, I don't know, there could be issues with, legal. But this is my picture, so hopefully I own the rights to this. Who knows, maybe I don't. Okay. Yeah, nice. The people behind me. Yeah, I mean, they're alright. I mean, there's this person I'm hiding right here, but I mean, I've got many more, right? I mean, just let's flash. I got the whole typical LCS. I got IEM, but again, there's logos here, so whoops. I don't know. I don't have permission to use those yet, but we'll stick with this. I'm not a huge fan of the blue hue. I prefer a bit more, less distracting color, but we'll see. Awesome. Anyways, we'll probably make a start very soon. Just give it, my typical 5 minutes intro, let people in, kind of thing. Trust me, there's much more. I got a lot to catch everyone up on. Yeah, it's Faker up there, right? I think no. It was 2016 where I actually, met eye contact with Faker. I touched his keyboard. I sat in the place that he was playing when I was playtesting. Anyways, I digress. So many people here are actually for this actual Q&A session. So I'll probably be bringing up some questions. I mean, there aren't many, which is fine. We can freestyle this. We can improv a little bit. But I shall be introducing pictures here. And we'll go through the questions I have. Like I said, in the chat, feel free to ask away. We'll get through that nitty-gritty stuff. But it's casual. We'll keep this casual. Nothing too serious. But yeah, welcome anyone here. I'm not sure about any year 1 students, which I haven't taught. But again, apologies. But, maybe a lot of, reasons why I'm not teaching you anymore will come to light. All that kind of stuff. So yeah, feel free to submit your questions in the Discord, for the Twitter. I mean, you can do it here as well. Just be aware. Like I said, I might miss it. What do we start with first? Okay, so I'm just going to drag and drop some pictures in here. Let me bring up studio mode for now, though. Like I said, is everything okay? Is mic quality okay? I know lighting's a bit blown out right now. Very bright like a ghost right now. Trust me, things will get better later. But yeah, towards the end of the stream, actually, there's going to be a little sneak reveal. There's going to be something interesting. Well, I find it interesting. Hopefully you'll find it interesting. I'd like to think the majority of you here are esports students at Stafford University, or maybe potential students, looking to join one. My voice is as beautiful as always. Thank you, Sakaku. Thank you. Glad to hear that. All good. Great. All right. So tech issues aside, I mean, this is very thrown together. The production value of this is actually terrible. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. It's very, which is strange for me because I like, I'm almost a perfectionist. This has improved 3 times already. I mean, this is definitely much better than Blackboard because it lags like crazy. Okay, all that aside. So let's start off with the first question. We'll do this in no particular order, just the one that I feel is most interesting. So let's start off with helping students now, actually. Let's just drag and drop this in here. Let's see how big we can make this. Oh, that's very big. Okay, just a bit more. Like I said, production value-wise, this is going to be very meh or whatever. This is also my cover my head. Oh, why don't I put this? I'll put this down here. Okay, this works. All right, you're ready for the first question? Am I ready? I need to read this out, actually. Good point. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. So, first question. I'm just going to keep it somewhat anonymous for now. I mean, you can probably find who it is on the Discord, but for now, I'll keep it on the stream anonymous. So, let's read it out. I know that one of my strengths in the industry is my knowledge and understanding of the back end of YouTube and content creation. While I've yet to fully dive into creating the content myself outside of the hobby, I've taken interest in the idea of coaching others to be better at content creation and the marketing side of it all. I already have friends that come to me already for help with their own content. How do I take this interest and turn it into a career path? All right, so already I can already see potential career paths in consultancy or making guides. So why not put 2 and 2 together, right? If you enjoy making content, you can easily make guides to teach people how to do X, Y, Z in content creation, right? And obviously content creation is very broad. Are we talking about video editing? Are we talking about graphic work? Are we talking about Photoshop editing videos, photos, pictures, whatever you want to call it? There's different avenues for content creation, right? I mean, technically, I'm a content creator right now, assuming I post this VOD up, this VOD will be available. Like I said, if you have friends who couldn't attend, who had questions, hopefully they passed it on to you. But yeah, those are the avenues. But already from this specific example, keyword here is how do I turn this interest into a career path? Easily, career consultancy, sorry. So can you consult someone? But then again, like content creation itself is there's a lot of resources available online, right? So making it an actual business itself might be difficult, especially with the vast amount of competition that's already available. Like I said, YouTube. YouTube is a great source for free information. I mean, myself included, I consume a lot of YouTube content. And that's just because I prefer learning via visual stimulation rather than, let's say, reading a book or something. I mean, reading books is great. I recommend everyone to read. I need to read more of anything. I've got books piled up. But that's one avenue you can go for, right? But something you want to be careful about when it comes to like teaching people is, well, what's your credibility, right? How credible are you? What's your experience? Oh my god, why are people so... Thank you for the subscribe. I don't have anything on. I have no alerts or anything, so I just saw it here. But thank you, Fish Eats Corn, for subscribing. I'm telling people not to subscribe right now. Later on, maybe there were benefits, but right now, I kind of want to give people. Damn it, it sucks. You muddled me up. I kind of want to give people. I'm probably the first sub for a long time. Anyway, the other side. Like I said, everyone, please hold your subs. We don't need it right now, okay? Like I said, I feel bad because I want to be like, hey, subs, thank you. But we don't have that. I digress. Distracted me, Fish. But thank you again, thank you. Okay, anything about the sub trains, I have no idea. But I'm like a boomer when it comes to Twitch again. I haven't touched this in a long time. I digress. But yeah, how credible are you? What is your knowledge? Is it worth teaching? I'm not trying to devalue your knowledge, but is what you know worthy? Like, how does it compare to everyone else? Like, what stops someone else who knows potentially more than you or at a similar level to you to do something different, right? So you got to consider these things. But another thing to like finalize that on is teaching other people how to do things is a great way of improving yourself. This is something that I always vouch for. I enjoy teaching people or explaining things to people because it then helps me also grasp the same concepts. It helps me solidify the foundations of whatever I'm trying to teach. Like, for example, I used to teach b-boying, so breakdancing, if you guys want to call it, don't call it breakdancing, b-boying, breaking, whatever. I used to teach that, at least at like the foundations of the basics of it, that's a while ago, that's years ago. But it benefited me a lot from teaching people how to do that, because every time I taught them how to do the basics, wherever it's top rock or down rock or freezes, I got better at that. Me showing them how to do some baby freezes, for example, allowed me to then build up my strength, my core, and basic foundations of it. So the more you do it, the better you get, and it solidifies that. So that's a great way of doing it. If you teach people, I'm not doing a dance demo, not now anyways. Maybe in the future, okay, Alex? But yeah, a great way of actually improving yourself is actually teaching other people how to do it. Which is why, obviously now in the past, but when I was teaching students on the course about certain things, it benefited me. So that's another great thing to not take away from helping, explaining, teaching other people. Do so. But yeah, just hold yourself accountable. Hold yourself credible. Is what you're teaching useful? Is what you're teaching, does it have, competitive value? But yes, so whoever asked that question, like I said, if you're fine with me saying your name, I'm happy to do so. But I'll just keep everything anonymous for the time being. Something you can do is consultancy, is just general content creation. Put 2 and 2 together, right? You have knowledge. Make a video, post it on YouTube, as you mentioned, and teach people how to, do X, Y, Z. Like I said, content creation is very broad, so I'm not sure if your expertise is video editing, creation, producing, if it's graphics, assets, for broadcast, or if it's Photoshop, photo editing, pictures, whatever, like I said. So hopefully that answers that question. And again, like if I blabber on too much, I apologize, and apologize to the chat if I'm not keeping up. I do see a question submitted there, so I'm gonna hopefully take note. Yes, but I have long hair now. It's very long. This is COVID hair. Every time a lockdown happens, and we're in the UK here, right? I think we're in like 2.0 lockdown now, hopefully not a 3.0. Every time a lockdown comes out, that's when I need a haircut, and then I can't. Like, my hair is ridiculously long, and it'll be bad to show you. It'll ruin my image. All right, so like I said, if in the chat, sorry if I miss anything. 8 p.m. lecture, you love it, right? You guys love my lecture. Come on. Yes, and it was Matt who asked that question, so thank you, Matt. Hopefully that was beneficial. There's a lot more to talk about it. Unfortunately, I'm kind of like improvising this. I'm bringing it up and then kind of thinking it on the fly. Normally, I'd give a more structured answer, but hey, we're live streaming now. We're improvising. We got to deal with it. It's more fun that way. But yes, again, Matt, thank you for that question. That was good. All right, so let's bring up another question. Like I said, so Aatrox, I know you posted a question. If you can post it on the Discord, that would be great. Because I like bringing this image up here. It looks kind of cool as well. So let's bring up the next one real quick. As I try and keep up with the chat. Okay, let's use this one. Let's do this one next. Let me adjust it. I don't know if you can even read it. If when I enlarge it, like you can probably read this, right? It's sort of clear. I like to think it is anyways. All right, let's enlarge this one. How is this? Okay. Next question. Again, remaining anonymous. I also scribbled that out because I want to try and avoid mentioning specific names. Just again, I'm not here to like cause drama or anything. If anything, okay, just to clarify here, the point of this Q&A session is obviously for you just to ask me questions. Like you can ask me the most general question if you really want. I don't care. Like ask me how I am. Ask me what I'm doing. Ask me why my hair is so long, right? You can do that. Obviously, the key focus of this, like the key subject area, is going to be surrounding, esports and education, my time as staff, why I left and all that kind of thing. But like I said, if you don't want to hear about it, we don't have to talk about it. So yeah, I'm going to keep everything rather anonymous, like I said. But this point of the session is to benefit students. A majority of you attending are hopefully students anyways. But it's more... So a lot of the reason why I wanted to do this was because I, with the whole social media thing that's happening, and you're all aware, right? All the drama, all the posts, all the issues that are being posted on like Twitter recently, that's got a lot of students on edge. And I wanted, I kind of kept quiet until, didn't want to mention this, but until someone kind of subtweeted me, which was like, okay, well, I kind of had to get involved here, right? But all that aside, I saw a lot of students finding, issues in terms of like I'm feeling anxiety and being like, oh, what does industry think of us? Like, is this useless? Is what am I doing here? Kind of thing. I just wanted to put you at ease. Okay, we'll get into those later on. We'll get through the questions first, and then I could just throw in and fill in the time for those areas. But that will benefit for you students. But TLDR, students, you're fine. Okay, regardless of whether the course has issues or not. At least in my personal opinion, this is all going to be predominantly my personal opinion, right? This is all going to be from my experiences, my thoughts, my opinions, some of it even anecdotal, but most of it, like, I like to think it comes from a credible source. I mean, I was there, so yeah, well, be critical. That's one thing I want to teach. If it's one thing for you students to take away right now, is to be critical, is to be open-minded and be critical, right? Everything I say right now could be complete BS, okay? Just be aware of that. You have to consider that. I could be biased, I could be lying, I could be doing all these things. But it's up to you to consider that. Okay? So yes, please do that. And not just for me right now. Do that for everything. Everything you see, social media, news, etc. People, what everyone says, right? Please do that. That's important. Okay, now all that aside, let's move on to this question, which you see down here. So let me read it out as well. Again, apologies to the chat if I'm not seeing it, but just tag me, right? If you tag me, I might be able to see a bit more. And like I said, again, Discord would be the best way, just because as I can see. All right. For those people who have put a lot of time and extra effort into utilizing what the course offers, equipment, great lecturers, shout out, blank, and worked hard on their grades. How can you set their minds at rest that their efforts won't be washed away with the general pejorative, okay, I can't pronounce that word, sorry, image of the course recently? How can they convince future employers that through some people feel their time was wasted, not worth the money, they gain something out of the degree, i.e. make the best of the bad situation? So yeah, I kind of touched on this right before, so this is kind of good. I do go on tangents, I'm sorry. So let's just clarify the key points here. So students who spend extra time on the course, they make use of blah, blah, blah. How can you set their minds at rest that their efforts won't be washed away with the general blah, blah, blah image of the course recently? How can they convince the... Okay, so first things first, again, this is my personal opinion, but from what I feel, any reputable member from the industry, and I don't know if there's any member from the industry watching right now. I hope there is. I mean, there's stuff to learn. But if there's any member, reputable, big name, whatever, a figurehead of the esports industry watching, I would like to think that they aren't here to be critical of the students. If anything, from my experiences as well, again, from the credible sources, from the credible people who I look up to, a lot of them are actually on the student side. They're supportive of the students, and any of the issues which we might have to highlight later on, it's not with the students, it's with the course. A lot of people from the industry want what's best for the industry. And most importantly, they want what's best for the future generation of, hopefully, the industry itself. So this is a lot of you potential students who are going to graduate, if not already working in industry, move on towards in that career path, right? So a lot of people aren't there to be like, oh, you're dumb, why are you here, you're wasting money, whatever. I mean, someone was saying that. Just because one's true doesn't make the other, itself a factor to consider. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is a lot of industry members aren't critical about students themselves. A lot of them are critical about what is being done to the industry or young and aspiring students like yourselves. Like this is the opinion I share as well. It's the fact that, I personally don't think it's your fault. I don't think students who joined a course, regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's not their fault. Because let's be honest, most of you probably joined when you were 18. I mean, this is just this is just me talking out of my own, I guess, mind here. But I didn't know what I wanted to do when I was 18. My reasons for going to university was just, it's just the thing people do. I'm not sure how many of you in the chat right now share similar feelings to that. Like, let's say straight after you finish your A levels, your college diplomas or whatever it is, did you have that similar thought? Like, how many of you actually knew what you wanted to do and you were going to work towards it, blah, blah, blah kind of thing? I did not. I mean, the reasons, I did criminal investigation at university. And the reason I chose that course, funnily enough, this is a great story, was because I was watching Death Note at the time. And I loved Death Note. And I was like, dang, crime, detective, I'm going to do criminal investigation. Boom. I had no idea what I wanted to do. But in my head, university was the next step in life, because what do you do after you finish A level in college? Oh, you get a job, or you go to university. Well, people go to university because university is a great thing, it's a great experience, it's prestigious, yada, 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 right? That kind of thing. So let me ask you, chat, how many of you, have this similar situation as me? I would like to think a lot of you do. I mean, I don't like to, but, I believe many of you do. So catching up with the chat, I didn't do cybersecurity. No, I did criminal investigation. I mean, like I said, I don't know where that whole cybersecurity thing came about, but whew. Yeah, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I mean, I bounced through so many different industries right now. I mean, I was pursuing criminal law, as criminal investigation. I was planning to join the police force. And then, the whole economy went down there and jobs were being cut from the police force. So I decided that's probably not a good thing. I then started competing in esports, in League of Legends in the UK scene. Made my team, got us sponsored. It was coaching, it was team managing, and all these things. And then I dabbled in on-air talent, moved to Berlin, and I was to be an observer. So I was already in the industry at that point. But then, after that, I dabbled in finances, and now, or most recently, I was in academia. My life has been juggled throughout different things, and I don't know. There's so much uncertainty in life, and I think 18 is such a difficult time to really be, knowing what you want to do. Really have a head on. I mean, some people do. Some people like know from the get-go what they want to do, how they want to do things, and what they need to do to get to that position or that role. There's good things going on in the chat right now. What do you mean there's not worth much? Industry plays you get. Okay, so I'm not sure if there's any debates going in the chat. Again, I can't really keep up, but I'll go back to it in a second. All right. So again, tag me, point me to it. It'll be great because there's obviously going to be discussions in the chat, which I appreciate, but it's difficult for me to follow on, and it's got a bit sidetracked. So yeah, industry people, from my opinion, at least the reputable ones, they're not there to fault you, students. I think most of them are there to support you, and from what I've experienced, they are there supporting you. The issue is, the underlying issue, in my opinion, was the course itself, or the university, or whatever, And we can go into some potential issues later on. And don't get me wrong, like I said, most of you probably thought I was going to comment in this session just, shit talk the course or whatever. That's not true. I think the course has benefited many students. I think the course has done good and potentially has done bad. It's not always black and white, right? It can be both. It's a gray area. It's done good things. It's potentially done some bad things. Now it's just a case of, well, let's weigh it out, right? Man, it's so hard to keep. I probably should have an agenda. Also, I should probably move this up a little bit because it's annoying me how I'm being cut off. So let me just move this up. There we go. Well, look at me, moved up. All right, so let me catch up with some of the chat going on here. I think that the degree is nice, but ultimately in esports, it's not worth much time. What is the worth experience and portfolio showing what you can do to employees? Because ultimately, that's what you can bring. Okay, that's a good point. So another thing to consider about the course is, what are you learning? And what are you getting from it? And finally, again, this always comes back to what do you want to do? Which, as I mentioned, not many people do know what they want to do. A lot of people go into it and realize that the first year, this is not for me. I don't want to do this. My exact experience after the first year doing the course, I was like, you know what? I don't like this, but I'm going to sit through it because if I don't, I got to pay back my government because, I'm fortunate enough to be from the Isle of Man where the government actually pays for my tuition fees. However, if I would have to pay that back if I failed, didn't get my degree in the end, right? So if anything, it's sad to say this, it's bad to say this, but the motivation for me to continue to finish my actual degree was to, in fact, not have to pay back that large sum of money. And that, back when that was years ago now, can't remember how much. I think it's like 3K for the 3 years, maybe 4K. Now you guys are paying, 9K a year? Which is going to be the huge, a very major thing of one of my issues, if anything. All right, so let me again just catch up with the chat. Let me try and answer the question a bit more as well. So how can they convince future employees? Oh, okay, yeah, key thing here. It's when it comes to degrees, again, my opinion, but when it comes to getting a degree, graduating from university, what are you actually leaving with? What is your aim when you go to university? Are you there to, study for 3 years or maybe plus, 3+ years to get that piece of paper? Is your main goal to sit through those 3+ years and then come out with this diploma, this graduate diploma, right? Is that what your goal is? Is that what you're paying money and you're dedicating your time to do? Because if so, you're probably in it for the wrong reasons. You could say, yes, some jobs pretty much require those. Those are very unique in situations. Being a doctor, you have to go a specific route in order to get a career within medical school. In order to be a lawyer, I'm not saying this is the case, but I'd assume that most people would require a law degree of some sort, right? Esports, back on topic, isn't exactly a place or an industry which requires you to have an esports degree in order to work in the industry. I'm a prime example of that. Unless you consider my criminal investigation degree got me there, but I believe when I joined Berlin, with the Riot Games EU department of broadcasting, they didn't. I don't recall them asking for my degree. The only time I utilized my degree was actually when I joined the previous job with Staffordshire University. That kind of makes sense though, right? Because if you're joining a position as an academic, as a lecturer, it makes sense to have a degree. If not, I think it might even be a requirement. I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm not an academic. If anything, I'm just a guy who has experience in the industry. And that's what I constantly feel like why I even got the job, I feel. I didn't get hired because of my experience as a lecturer. 100%. I was a new lecturer. It was new to me. My only experience in the general teaching was, I used to teach dance, and I used to coach people in League of Legends, sure. But besides that, no, I didn't really have much or any teaching experience. So I'd like to think the reason I got hired was because of my industry background and experiences. I don't know. I wasn't a hiring manager. Who knows? Maybe we hear from them. Maybe they're here. Who knows? Okay, sorry, I digress. So we talked about what industry think. I think the key points to take away from there was that most of them, or again, I use the keyword reputable, right? I'd like to think most of the reputable members of industry aren't there to like kick you guys down as esports students, right? And this is assuming the course is bad. We're not saying it. We're not saying the course is bad. We haven't even got there yet, okay? This is a discussion of anything to have. No, the course is no way bad, but is it incomparable? Is it anyway good? But that's what we're gonna have to weigh out. All right, so we clarified what industry think. I was talking about the whole paper. So are you studying 3 years, paying $9,000 a year for that piece of paper? No. What you get out of university is, well, in my opinion, and from what people have told me, hiring managers, is the experiences. It's what you've done within those 3 years. This is why I try and tell students, look, if you're gonna be here studying, yes, you could just sit through and breeze everything, just do the bare minimum work, turn up for the lectures and seminars, barely, and, submit your assessments or exams, whatever your course does. And then, hopefully get a decent grade after, right? Aim for a 2-1 at a bare minimum, maybe. But what I try and tell students is, well, if anything, at university is the one time you have so much free time. You have a lot of time at university free time. I mean, how many of you actually ends up just sitting there playing video games? Oh, come on, I know you guys, esports students. How many of you play video games after, compared to like, I don't know, working? I know some of you work, which is great. But a lot of you play games, right? A lot of you have a lot of free time, I'd say. And the more driven students, I'd say, are the ones who would actually be dedicating that time towards progressing. Again, what is your goal? Always have a goal in mind. My goal of going to university is to then get a job in XYZ industry in XYZ role. Working for Riot Games, working as a producer, working as a community manager, all these different roles, right? We don't have to go into details about what roles exist in esports. I'm sure you've learned about that. If not, at least I hope you have. Like I said, when it comes to the year ones right now, I'm kind of, disillusioned about what you've done because I've never taught you. When I was going to teach you in semester 1, but in semester 2, sorry, with broadcasting, but sorry, I'm gone. But yeah, so again, I blabber on a lot. It's hard to keep track of chat and also my mind. I blabber a lot, as you can probably tell. Convince future employees. Oh yeah, but yeah, to again clarify, it's, to me, university isn't for that piece of paper. For some examples, yes, that piece of paper is important because that piece of paper serves as a requirement. I think I'm peaking. Let me turn down my volume a bit. Getting too passionate. But yeah, like I said, law and doctors, they require you to have a certain qualification in order to even, train to be whatever. But esports isn't that. And depending on what you want to work in, like if you want to work on a more hands-on side of esports, and I'm talking about broadcast production. Hey, always broadcast production, Kevin. Yeah, well, because that's my specialty and I can talk about it. But no, yeah, broadcast production. Even if it's things like event management, right? These are areas where a piece of paper doesn't really do much for you. It's the experiences that matters. Basically, more hands-on roles or more hands-on job requirements, you would assume will require actually hands-on experience. And here's the difficult thing when it comes to esports education in general, in my opinion. It is that, especially at university, it's what purpose does the university solve? Or what purpose does it serve, sorry, in comparison to, compare a esports degree to an esports program or specialized course, right? One is like a 3-year minimum in terms of a bachelor's. Another could just be a hardcore 6 months, 3 months, even a year pure, just focus on that one area, right? And that's something that a lot of people have to consider. But there's a lot of stuff to weigh because there's a lot of benefits to actually going to university as well. It's for the student experience. Some people just want to get away from home, experience life in a different city, move away from home. There's so many great things to experience at university. I wouldn't be here today without going to university. My whole esports career started off when I was at university. When I joined my esports society, where I competed in the NUL. I competed in the NUL 6 years ago for BCU. Represent BCU Tigers. But yeah, and that kind of jump-started my competitive career. I started off playing at a university. I mean, I kind of joke, right? My 3 years at university was actually playing League of Legends. All right. Again, apologies to the chat. I kind of need to. I mean, not many people actually talked about that, so that's great. Kevin's also competed in NUL half a year ago. Yeah, I was competing in NUL not too long ago, actually. In League and Valorant. Yeah, because I was technically also a student, because I was doing my teaching qualification. There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat. I'm just going to quickly gander through. Oh, man. So yeah, there is discussion going there. I mean, I kind of want to get focused on certain areas, though. Hopefully I've answered this question. I know we've dabbled along on this, but yeah, I guess to finish up on that is I want to say that piece of paper in the end, is that worth the 3 years and 9K times 3? Or is it the experience you get from it? Because you could do both, right? It's not like one or the other. You can get the diploma, and you could have experiences padded on top of that as well. Something I always tell students is, why breeze through? Why do the bare minimum only to graduate and then look for a job which requires 2, 3, 4, 5+ years of experience when you have 0? So you graduate and then you have to start from ground 1, ground 0, whatever. You got to start from basically this. I'm terrible with these analogies. You got to start from the start and then start building those 3 to 5 years of experience. Why not spend the 3 years at university building upon those experiences, even if they're small, right? Even if it's small, work with societies, do this, freelance, volunteer, whatever, I don't know. Why not graduate with already 3 years of experience, and then you're already halfway there, or you're already right there, right? So I guess what I'm trying to tell students is, don't feel like you should be just sitting back and doing the bare minimum. There's a lot of things you got to chase for. And yeah, and guess what? The more students who put in the extra work, who, volunteer, put themselves out there, make a name for themselves, they're always going to stand out more than you, whether you like it or not. So the more you don't do anything, the more you fall further behind. And you could argue, yes, well, if everyone, goes the extra mile, then what happens then? Well, then it's just competition in the end, right? But you're barely in you're barely in the race at the point if you're doing the bare minimum. Someone's doing, as much as they can. Let's read this chat. So there are a lot of people in the course year 1 who are just coasting, not looking to put effort in, and it's going to bite them. Yes, and that's unfortunate, right? I mean, like I said, my way of teaching is learn from my mistakes, okay? But my method. My motivation was already lacking. My motivation wasn't really the degree itself. It was just, I don't want to pay back this large sum of money, so I'm just gonna breeze through. Completely with the wrong mentality. But hey, I kind of already decided that I was already competing within the first or second year of my course. I was already competing. I was gaining some tournament winnings. Obviously, it was semi-pro, so I wasn't living off of it. I mean, it barely paid for anything. But yeah, so my goal is actually already shifting towards esports, and to me, it's like, oh, esports is going to be this huge thing, and I stuck with that, and luckily enough, that bet paid off. But yeah, hopefully, this has answered that question. I know I kind of long-winded answer it weirdly, but I like to think I said some useful stuff. Maybe a bit repeated. Anything else we can pull from this? They gain something out of the degree. The best of the bad situation. Okay, well, here's the thing. For the students who say they've learned absolutely nothing, I think that's BS. I refuse to believe that any student on the course has learned nothing. There has to be something you can take away from this. But again, it's not the case of which one is good or bad. It's not either or, right? It's a case of, well, I've learned a bit, but I also knew most of it. Then yeah, you don't get as much value from the course itself. But yeah, I would be honestly impressed if you learned nothing. If anything, that's on you then, right? If you knew so much about esports, I like to think that every student that attended my classes, whether it was broadcasting or on-air talent, I like to think you learned something. If not, you should have told me, because, I mean, that's also very finicky because esports broadcasting was in year one, and you don't want to make year one too difficult, and I had to dumb it down or something like that. And obviously, teaching a whole portion of an industry, broadcast production, that's huge. You can't teach that in what 12 weeks. In what every week is like 3 hours max, like time wise. You can't teach all that. There's so much to go through. But yeah, all that aside. But yeah, I refuse to believe there's a student out there who says they learned nothing. All right, even I like to hope students that I've spoke to, whether it's given personal tutor sessions, right, giving them advice about, oh, have you thought about doing this? Oh, well, me just asking them in general, oh, well, let me put you in contact with this person. But one tip I can give to any student listening right now is you should be talking. Like I've had great students who've talked to me constantly. Like Aatrox in the chat right now, Jacob. He's pretty much after every seminar, he would come up to me and talk to me and ask me questions, and we would do our little walk and talks. I mean, many students here are probably familiar with my walk and talks, right? It's literally after the session, we just walk out, we just chat as we're walking, or I'm walking to my next lesson or whatever, to the office. Like, that's good. You want to be doing that. And it puts in the lecturer, in my, as an experience as a lecturer, it puts in the mindset that this student is going the extra mile. The fact that they're engaging with me, right? They're not just turning up for the 1 or 2 hour seminars and just leaving. They're actually spending some time to ask questions, which is great because I'm going to answer. I love answering. I just want to help. I'd like to think that's my job there. Yes, you nearly missed the tip. English is hard. You nearly missed the tip. I need to speak slower. I need to learn from my own on-air talent content, right? Speak with good pacing. And everything else I forgot at the top of my head. All right, so we're done. We're good at this questions, right? Does anyone else want me to expand? Did I miss anything if the person who asked this question is still here? Like, is that satisfying enough? We good? We can move on? Dang, like this is a very heated question. There's a lot to debunk in this. Like I said, there's industry expectations. There's how can you get the value from the course or whatever, right? And that's something I did want to focus on because I understand a lot. There's almost like there's this conflict amongst the student cohort right now. There's a group of students who are very frustrated, who see issues and want them to be fixed. There's also another group of students who are like, oh no, like it's fine, it's good, it's blah blah blah. And I think both sides are being rather disingenuous to each other because, like I said, it's not one or the other. It's both. There are good sides and there are bad sides. And here's a theory, because I mean, I'll be honest, right? My mind is more tilted towards the bad, and that's we can go into more detail about that over the course of this session, which we probably have an hour and a half left of it, anyways. But to those of you who basically okay, I mean, there's so much to debunk here. One, it's like I won't say free speech, but to be open, to be critical, because, okay, there are students who have been very vocal on social media. Like, the ones I don't agree with are those who aren't being professional about it, right? Who aren't being constructive, who are just kind of like saying, shit course, bleh. Okay, that's bad. Yes, that's bad. Like, I mean, well, first of all, you should be constructive. Offer some actual constructive criticism. Why is it bad? This is bad, X is bad. Maybe even offer solutions. I mean, here's a nice little tip for anyone here: is if you're gonna complain about something, offer a solution. It depends on the environment, right? Because yeah, you don't. Why are you doing someone else's job? But no, like if instead of just saying this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, why not say this is bad? Why not try this? Try this. Like, I suggest this. Like, always throw out suggestions. It's a great thing, especially in the workplace, right? No one wants to just hear someone complain and have nothing else to say. Now, the case here is, from what I'm aware, is there have been students who have been constructive, who have been rather professional, who have laid out issues, and even gone through the processes of, trying to rectify these issues. And from what I've gathered from certain students' testimonies and stuff like that, is that, they've been told the procedures, albeit in my opinion a bit late. Like, I'm not sure how many of you students were actually made aware from day one or whatever, reminded, oh, if you have an issue, these are the complaint structures, blah blah blah, right? And even I don't know the complaint structure, which goes to show, right, the communication is just kind of all over the place. From what I gathered is, if you're a student, if you have an issue, I think the pecking order is student reps. Then it's, well, if it's a module specific, then you can talk to the module leader. If it's not student reps, it's course reps, which are they the same thing? Again, I don't know. Then after that, it's course leader. If it doesn't get solved at the course leadership level, then it might have to escalate to like the course director, and if not that, then it gets sent off elsewhere, right? So first of all, how many of you were made aware of that process? And then even if you are aware, how many of you have followed that only to get or receive like nothing or something, right? And that's from what I've gathered. And this is why I can sense and I can, resonate with that frustration from students, right? To see issues, to try and rectify them, and then just hitting a brick wall. Constantly just hitting a brick wall. You try, you listen, I'm going to follow these processes. Well, nothing happens. And when nothing happens, you're just left, well, what do you do then? You either just suck it up and move on, which I think is wrong, or you have to make some noise, right? What would you go through the same process? Probably not, because it didn't work the first time. I mean, you could try it a second time. Sure, you can try it a third time. I don't know how much of a sadist you are, but not sadist, a masochist you are, but yeah, go for it. But yeah, I can understand. And I don't know what's been done. Like I said, I've already left since like mid-February, but I don't know what's been done. I like to think something's been done, but also, again, this is not me saying it's true or false, but has it taken until students have vocally complained or made noise on social media for stuff to happen? And if that is the case, like I said, I'm saying if, I'm not saying it is, but if that is the case, then why? Why did it have to resort to students kicking up a fuss on social media for change to happen or change to be acknowledged or for them just to be, updated or some communications, right? That's my question. And I want to remind everyone, like, I'm here, if anything, my main goal here is to provide you with insight, information, whether that's personal opinion, experiences or anecdotal kind of things. I'm here to give you information for then you to take that and to make your own informed decision. If anything, treat this as, oh, this is just one opinion of many. I'd like to think somewhat reputable based off my previous experiences in the role, working with it, blah, 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 like all that kind of thing, right? And I've spoken to many students. I spoke to both sides. So I'd like to think I have a nice general grasp of the issues from multiple parties and multiple sides. But that's up to you to decide. Like I said, I could be completely talking out my own ass right now. I could be complete BS. Just be considerate of that, okay? Yeah. Like I said. All right. Okay. Let's move on from this. Sorry. Let me chat. Need to go in Games Discord. Yep. There it is. I mean, I'm just gonna copy and paste that in the chat right now. But yeah, this Discord that I've made. Like I said, if you have any questions, I apologize if I'm ignoring the chat. It's just when I go on and on, I'm not really reading the chat because that throws me off. But okay, so there's some good questions coming in. Nice. Okay, we got a lot of questions. Good. Okay, so we'll finish off the ones I have already so far, and then I'll bring on board the new ones. All right, so we finally answered this question, I think. Like I said, there's so much more to say. We probably didn't clarify on everything, and I apologize. But worst come to worst, we can do this again. We can do this again, yeah? All right, next question. So let's bring up this one. Yeah, how's everyone doing? All right. Am I talking too much crap? Like, do I need to be a bit more consistent? I probably do, right? I can feel myself going off of tangents and just going off the bat. All right, so we got next question here. I mean, I probably, with me, is I tend to go off so far off and, on tangents that I kind of answer the next question. As the next lecturer, what is your opinion on staff scores? What needs to be addressed, improved, and how should we go about it? Great question. Okay, so opinions on the staff scores. I mean, most of you probably heard most of it already, but I truly believe in esports education, right? I'm not 100% sure if esports courses in terms of like universities are the best way forwards. That I don't know. I think that's too far ahead in the future. But I do believe in esports education. It just depends on what platform it is, right? Like personally, where I stand right now, I think esports in universities are a very difficult thing to implement, at least from what has been done at staffs, right? And let me clarify this. So what we offer, I keep saying we, well, they, I mean, can I say we? Don't cut my ass off, all right, staffs. What we offered at Stafford University was esports courses, right? So it was a foundation course, which I just believe is called esports, BA esports bachelor's in esports, honors esports with foundation. With foundation is keyword. Okay, there's a foundation. There's foundation in esports. Okay, secondly, it is a BA honors in esports. So that's the bachelor. That's the 3-year degree. So that's the undergraduate degree, right? Which I was called leader of before. And then we have a master's. Great. Okay, so clarify, those are the 3 courses we offer at staffs. Offered after, I don't know, like I said. Here's the thing. Even if we added up the foundation, which is 1 year, the undergraduate, which is 3 years, and the master's, which is another year. So that's total 5 years. I don't think you could teach everything about esports in those 5 years. And let's be honest, most of you only are there for, the majority of you are there for the undergraduate, right? So the BA, so the 3 years. The issue is the naming. It's the naming convention of the course. It's BA honors in esports. I mean, if I wanted to add some production value, I'd probably type it in. Let me just do that, right? We can do this. I can multitask here. BA honors in esports. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna look really ugly, but I apologize. There we go. Look, be honest. Okay, so here's the thing. Esports, it's such a broad industry. There's so many different aspects, nooks and crannies to it, right? And like I said, I just come from one area. I come from like broadcast production. But there's event management. There's league or tournament operations or competition operations. There's the business side. There's the finance side. There's the law, regulations. There's journalism. There's photography. There's, you know, team management. There's so much, right? I mean, I mentioned events. I mean, I've got a whole list. I've done this talk like so many times, but you understand, right? You're all familiar. You guys aren't stupid. You guys are esports students. I can make a joke there. No, I'm joking. But no, esports is too broad. Like, I think from the get-go when I first joined, it was first of a case of, well, in 3 years we can't cover everything in esports, right? This name, the name alone is the fault, I think, from the course or from this specific course itself. It should have been, you know, specializations. So instead of a generic esports degree in BA honors esports, it should be, well, why not do a esports event management course, or a esports broadcast production course, or even, you know, esports business management, esports competition, competitive, whatever, right? Competitive operations. There's so much thing. Introduce those different courses, and then what you can do then is like, so that my experience at university was everyone in the first year, like, we have very generic modules. So in my year 1 studying criminal investigation, I had introduction to psychology, introduction to criminology, introduction to criminal law. I had like the fact that psychology was included kind of goes, you know, kind of brings about what I'm trying to say here. Basically, year 1 was the introduction course. It was to get everyone with the grips of the university life, first of all, you know, teaching you the very basics, not to overwhelm you. But the way I see it is what every establishment, any university, college, whatever, that wants to implement some form of esports course or program, whatever you want to call it, they have to focus on this. They can't have a generic esports course. You have to have specializations or specialized courses, right? But what, and you know, like I said, we have be it esports, broadcast production, events, journalism, whatever. Like, you know them. There's so many different ones, right? And then what you do is in year 1, you throw all of them in together and you do introduction to event management, introduction to broadcast production, introduction to content creation, introduction to business and finance, blah blah blah. Great. Every esports students, even you can throw game students in there as well. They study these very generic kind of introductory modules. Great. So now, hopefully, all students now have a general grasp of these several different aspects, industry sectors. And then from there, you can then start to push students into specializations. Now you've given students a nice teaser of all these things that's going on. Because like I said, back to my first point very earlier on, a lot of people don't know what they want to do. I still talk to students and they're like, I ask them, right, and I hate asking these questions. What do you want to do? Or do you know what you want to do? Or where do you see yourself in 5 years? It's a horrible question, especially if you're asking someone who's fairly young or like who just entered uni, because a lot of them won't know what they want to do. No worries, Purge, no worries. Like I said, there's going to be a VOD anyways. You missed a lot. He missed a lot, right, guys? Tell him how much he's missed. A lot. Anyways, so I digress. But yeah, fuck. I try and be funny and I lose my mindset. Am I actually demonetized if I say fuck? Oh well, swearing's allowed now. Okay, once again. Yeah, so year 1, introductory, give everyone a teaser of everything, great. Year 2, you can then start to ask them, hey, now that you've tried a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this, which one did you find most interesting? And they might go, oh, I didn't like business, but I really like broadcast production, or I really like events side of things, right? Great. Well, let's specialize you into the pathway to esports event management or esports broadcast production. Great. And this solves many issues. One of them being that there are a lot of students who don't want to be doing specific modules, right? Like, I've had many students come up to me and say, hey, Kevin, I have a lot of interest in event side of esports. Great. But I don't care about on-air talent. I don't care about broadcast production. I don't care about content creation. And fair dues, right? Like, I mean, personally, I don't think the on-air talent module should exist. Like, I don't know why it's there. It's that has to be in a specialized course of anything. I feel like that was, I mean, this is one of the issues, right? One of the many, in my opinion. I think whoever developed the course just took a bunch of keywords from esports. So when you think of esports, what do you think of? Like, and this is something I tell parents as well. Like, when you think of esports, what do you think of? And this is to like the layperson or the generic person, right? Or the people who just entered into like the scene. You think of big tournaments, fancy stages. You think of, most likely, big prize pools. You think of professional esports athletes, players. You think of team organizations. You think of on-air talent or shoutcasters and hosts, right? You think of these things. But there's so much behind that, right? And we've spoke about many things. There is broadcast production, there is event management, there is the whole like journalism and all the like the graphics, content creation, PR communications, like regulations and law, league operations. There's so much behind the scenes. But if you ask like most of the people joining the course now, to say like anyone joining Foundation or year 1 or maybe like this year, they're probably just going to be listing those first 5 things. It's tournaments, events, it's players, so team management, team orgs, business side kind of thing. It's the casters, on-air talent, which is why a lot of people don't realize, like, when they say casters, they just kind of group them all together. No, on-air talent is the correct term here. Like, you have casters, shoutcasters, but then even they split off into their own different categories, right? Like, you have play-by-play casters, you have color casters. Obviously, this depends on game. I don't want to get into a lecture here, but, like, League of Legends have very predominant, differentiations of the two. You have a play-by-play caster, you have a color caster. FPS games, you don't really have a clear distinction. If anything, you have duo casters, duocast, but they both kind of do both. They kind of both do the play-by-play and they both do the color. But what I'm trying to say here is, it's not just shoutcasters and hosts, which is what the module used to be called. So my first thing was, why is this called this? Why is it here? And can we please change this name? And yeah, and another thing with that was also, I mean, this is funny here, because as I applied for the job, for the role as the lecturer in esports, I remember when I had to glance through the webpage and to have a look at the modules, I think esports broadcasting used to be called streaming and layouts. And I was just like, what streaming and layouts? Like, first of all, is that broadcast production? Or if it's not, where is broadcast production? And that blew my mind. Like, I remember as I had my interview, right? I did my micro teaching and all that stuff. And one of my questions was actually going to be like, so you have this module called streaming and layouts. Is that broadcast production? Because that's my specialty, right? Like, if I'm going to be joining here, I want to be slotting myself in an area where I can feel like I can offer the most value, which is my specialty in that period of time, right? But I didn't find it. So that was I brought that to an interview. That was my question. But then I realized I think like at least a day before or on the day, they actually changed that module's name. So my first question is, like, what gives? Why was that even there in the first place? I mean, I don't know, like, maybe they can justify it, but I don't think streaming and layouts is a module that belongs on an esports course. I mean, that's a very generic thing, right? That's more content creation. I mean, I don't know, like I said, were they trying to compare streaming and layouts to broadcast production? Because that just seems like a very kind of, someone who doesn't know about esports just says, oh yeah, it's streaming. No, it's broadcast production. And there's differences, right? There's live, there's remote, there's in-house, there's, outside broadcast, and there's so much different things. But yeah, just little things like that, right? Like, why was that module there? Why was it named this? And what are you teaching on it, first of all, right? And this is something a lot of industry members say. I mean, first of all, when I first saw the job, I was like, okay, my first reaction to there's an esports course was, who's teaching it? What are they teaching? And there's probably a third thing there somewhere, right? Which I can't think of the top of my head. So who's teaching? What are they teaching? Yeah, I think those are the core two things. And from speaking with many people from the industry and people who've like commented on the course itself, especially with the whole issues coming up now and the controversies, that's always the first thing people say. It's who's teaching it and what are they teaching? Because yes, that's important. And which is why I share, you know, it's crazy when I hear some of these like these takes from certain people from the industry. It's like, well, they're speaking my mind. Like literally, this was me. Like right before I joined, even as I was there, it's the same questions. And the sad thing is, like, I was inside now. I had the info, and it's like kind of thing. Sorry, let me catch up the chat a bit more. Ignite as an optional module. Yeah, but sorry, my tangent was that you know, specializations and blah blah blah. Not every student even cared about or wanted to do a module called shoutcasting or hosting, or what I renamed it to, on-air talent. And then it comes to like it just has different roots to it, because then obviously before I kind of changed it to on-air talent, you know, what was the assessment? We have some year threes now who can actually give some insight into this, because obviously I wasn't there, I didn't teach it. But what was your assessment? I mean, I believe it was you had to make a video, show reel, something, or you had to be in front of a camera, right? You had to be in front of the camera, you had to be a caster or a host or shout, whatever, right? And to me that was wrong, because guess what? I knew for a fact that not everyone on joining the course cared or even wanted to be a caster or a shoutcaster or whatever, right? We had a lot of students who weren't comfortable being in front of a camera, and then we were trying to force them to do an assessment which required them, in order to get the marks and to continue on studying on the course, to be in front of a camera, to be marked on that. And that to me wasn't fair. I think that's poor planning, poor development of that module itself. And yeah, that was just mine. So that was the first thing I changed. After I changed the name, I was like, no, we can't make it so we have to put students in a position where they have to be in front of a camera recording a video thing, right? Because I also said, well, there's much more to it than being just a caster, you know? Year twos, again, you could hopefully clarify in this, the ones who recently finished it in semester 1 from this year. But I changed the assessment so it's less so about you have to do a video, blah, 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 right? I changed it so, well, there's actually a lot of backstage or behind the scenes kind of roles which involve on-air talent. And this is just me kind of working around, right? Because like I said, I personally do not think that module should exist unless there was a course that existed that was called Esports Broadcast Production. Then great. Then that's probably the perfect place to put it in. But at the very least, don't make a requirement to do this specific, you know, assessment. And yes, that's when I introduced the whole, like, well, you know, we have script writers. Script writers don't have to be in front of the camera, but they're an integral part of on-air talent in terms of the workflow, in terms of how they, like, deliver their content. We have producers. They work very close with on-air talent, right? We have story meetings. We have content, creation. Even, I mean, you could say even observers. I mean, I had this discussion with a student, but yeah, observers is a very kind of unique position. I'm like, it's unique to esports, right? Observers is a unique position to esports. Whether we can class them as on-air talent, I think by definition, no. But they are talent. They are talent, especially in FPS games like CSGO, you know, because I think like ESL, definitely, they made sure, like, when they introduce talents, right, when you have the announcement of the talents who will be attending these events or participating in these, working these events, you would actually have the observers there. When I first learned that was when I first did my freelance with IEM 2015 in Katowice. They put my name and my colleague there, Unso. They put our names in the announcement with the on-air talent, and we were like, "Oh my god, our names there! We're getting recognition!" And we learned that. That's because ESL predominantly in the past did CS:GO events, and they consider their observers as talent. Whereas, so in compared to like League of Legends, it wasn't less. You know, it wasn't really that. It's all about the on-air talent. But hey, that's a discussion for another day. All right, let me catch up with the chat real quick. We got out of it because entire on-air talent was useful for thinking tool. I like to think my on-air talent module was good. I mean, I did approach industry. I approached, colleagues of mine or ex-colleagues of mine for advice. Just say, hey, like, because I've dabbled in on-air talent. Sure, I used to cast. I did not host work. I did casting, more color casting, and then I did analyst work. It was a short stint, like it was less than a year, but I did it. But also my experiences from being an observer, because I worked so closely with the on-air talent. That's pretty much where all my on-air talent knowledge came from. It wasn't doing it. It was actually just working so close with them and then watching them every week. I mean, like three times a week, if not 5 times a week, because we saw them in the office as well. I was basically working side by side with them every workday. And that's how I got my knowledge. Which is why, I like to think those of you who call me out, it's like, he's never casted. He doesn't know shit. Yeah, fair enough. I understand your frustrations. But, there's still a lot to take away from. Just because you didn't do something doesn't mean you don't know or understand. Like, I was never a TD or a director. But because guess what? Every show day for 4 years, I heard a director in my ear for, every show day. Blah, blah. I had a director in my ear. You pick up stuff. You learn stuff. I can't, maybe I can't teach you the advanced intricacies of everything, but from a basics and even a fundamental level, I can go for it. And that's the thing. But I mean, I don't think many people are actually saying that. So, I mean, I like to think now. If you are, if you have complaints, yeah, call me out. I'm happy for you to call me out. Anyways, where am I? Sorry, I got distracted again. So, I mean, yeah, I spoke about, specialization. Let's finish it off. Yes, year 1, introductory. Year 2, you start to push people into specializations. Year 3, you go purely ham into that, right? You want to go broadcast production? We'll give you everything broadcast production, right? We'll give you dedicated time in the esports hub with the equipment or whatever. Oh, great. Great segue. What's your opinion on the stats course? I mean, I'm not sure if you want to link the esports hub to the course, but I'm not sure how many of you are aware of my issues with the esports hub itself. TLDR, the esports hub, in my opinion, is a rather Frankenstein room. It tries to do a lot of things, but it doesn't do any of that well. And also, hey, Mui. Hey, everyone. I probably missed a bunch of people, but yeah, anyways. But yeah, that's my opinion of the esports hub. It's a Frankenstein room. It's a broadcast. It tries to be a control room, so broadcast production. It tries to be a competitive space, so, having players on either side. It tries to be a teaching area. We'll go into that in a moment. And it tries to be a mixture of on-air talent areas, wherever it's a caster desk or caster couch, or like, I don't know, a casting stand-up desk kind of thing. You get what I mean, right? So it tries to be so much at once. And I can understand. Dave, come on. Behave. Guys, come on. I want to try to say it. But yeah, I understand. First of all, I understand why, right? Because first course kind of thing, there's a certain budget, right? Like, they're not gonna, it's the first course in the UK, yada yada, of esports. They're not gonna full out blow all millions of pounds. I mean, I don't know how much the room cost. They're not gonna blow out millions of pounds into like a stadium and an arena and all the control room on the first year, right? I understand that. But again, if you're gonna do anything, at least make one of those kind of stand out. Okay, so let's break it down. So as a broadcast production space or control room, first of all, the space between everyone is super cramped. It's very small. If the director or the producer wants to be telling something, and they tend to be loud in an in-house live environment, they're yelling. They're going to be picking up, everyone's going to be picking up audio from the same person next to them because they're so like tightly packed together. So that's space, already an issue. In broadcast production, space, huge issue. The observer or the spectator PC, I think what they called it, that's grouped up with next to the director, the TD, the graphics. They need their own space, in my opinion. They need to focus on the game. They don't want to be hearing directors saying take 1, take 2, take 3, standby graphic. The producer's saying, okay, cue graphic, blah, 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 right? They need to focus. They can't, unless you give them like soundproofing earphones, which I don't know, do we have? I don't think we do. But yeah, spacing. And then moving on to the casters, right? The casters couch, the casters, whatever you want to call it. They're right behind you. At least from what, how it's normally set up. They're right behind you. And guess what? Again, same issue, right? If you're observing, or if you're casting, or if you're an analyst, or you're a host, or you're interviewing, if you have the production crew right next to you yelling, one of you has to shut up. But guess what? You both need to be talking. If the producer wants to tell the host, hey, stand by, we're going to toss over to the break, just finish up whenever, how are they going to tell you? I mean, they might as well just like take off the headsets and turn around and go, hey, you, 5 minutes. And they're like, what? I don't know. You kind of get what I'm saying, right? But yeah, so yeah. Control room doesn't work well. It's too compact. There's going to be issues. I mean, then the equipment itself. I mean, equipment is probably the best sell for it. You know, new tech is fine. I mean, industry standard. Yes, it's industry standard in its own way, shape, or form. Like, anything could be industry standard, right? Yeah, I would say new tech is definitely good enough for, like, mid-scale, mid-scale kind of events or productions. But if we're talking about, you know, large-scale ones, which I'm not expecting a course to have, you can still learn the very basics off of a new tech equipment compared to, like, I don't know, a Panasonic or whatever, Sony's, whatever the massive vision mixers you have. Yeah. Sorry, let me catch up on this. The first streamer I watched on Twitch is back. I mean, yeah. Sorry, I can't keep up with the chat right now. But yeah, okay, so let's carry on the Esports Hub. I know this is bad. I really want to be talking to everyone, but there's so much to say. That is the SM7B. Shout out to Jumbo helping me out with this and the Gold XR. I can probably play some sound effects, but nah. All that stuff will be focused later on. You know, we're gonna fancy stuff out. This is more just catered towards the Q&A. But yeah, again, Esports Hub. So control room doesn't do very well. As on a talent space doesn't do very well. Okay, let's move on to competitive. As a competitive space, okay, so they have 6 PCs on either side, totaling 12. I think they did that to cater towards Overwatch. I mean, I always joke about this, right? Why does Overwatch gotta make everything complicated, right? Now, every place, every cafe, whatever, has to put 6 PCs in a row just for that one game. Ugh. Damn you, Overwatch. I'm kidding. Sort of. But yeah, anyway, so as a competitive space, you have 6 down one side, you have 6 down the other, right? I could show you this, but I don't want to be showing pictures that aren't, you know. Most of you know. You can probably find it. I don't know. Someone in the chat link an image to the website which shows the Esports Hub. Because guess what? They like plastering that everywhere, right? Because it's a marketing tool. And that's another thing. They like to make that room is a marketing tool. It's there to sell the course or to sell whatever, right? It's like, look at this fancy room. We got equipment. We got high tech PCs, and we got LED. We got, you know, RGB. We got lighting and all stuff. And I'll be honest, when I first walked into that room, I was just like, this is a gimmick. I mean, yeah, it's got some great lights. I mean, that might work on a few of you, right? You walking in on open day, it's like, whoa, look at it goes red, the lights go here, like, sure, you know, whatever. But like I said, I'm not faulting them on that because it's kind of a necessary thing. But here's the thing, like, if you're gonna sell it off as a marketing piece, why not make it better or improve it on the first initial go, right? Like I said, I don't know who consulted on them to make that room. You know, I don't know what the budget was and all sorts. There's probably many factors here, so I can't comment too much on that. But yeah, as a competitive space, it doesn't work well. Why doesn't it work well? Well, first of all, when you have 2 sides, they're back-to-back, there's issues of competitive integrity, which is the one key thing for any competition, especially for esports. Competitive integrity should be your main focus, your main goal, even before the broadcast, right? You have to have competitive integrity. So how does that layout mess that up? Well, unless you have like referees. One player can literally just go, "Ooh, I can see what the other player's doing or the other team." Turn around, back to normal. Yes, you can rectify that, right? You can rectify that with having maybe 2 referees on either side, maybe 3, to make sure no one does that. But then we also have that large screen at the front where I assume from my experience seeing other events and videos, when they have a competitive event going on, they have the 2 teams playing on either side, but they also have the actual stream broadcasted at the front of the room. Well, then I'm like, okay, well, if turning around is too obvious, they have literally a massive screen with what's being shown there. But yeah, refs solved that, right? Yeah, refs solved that. That's fine. No worries, refs solved that. Great. Well, what about noise? What about, you know, people, what about the shot caller being loud? Because, I mean, let's be honest here. If any of you played competitively in esports, people are loud, right? Shot caller has to yell, has to, like, doesn't have to, but they often do. To get info across, especially in those intense situations, you gotta say, you know, go, flash, oh, whatever, like, frag, someone's there, blah, 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 grenade. You know, there's so much stuff you gotta say. Guess what? The people behind you are probably gonna hear you, because, you know, you don't have soundproofing. Big problem. Competitive integrity. They can hear you. They're too close to you. You can potentially see them. I don't know, put up like a cardboard box so no one can see you. Oh, here's a funny thing. When I used to compete in LAN, so like Insomnia, because like when it comes to tournament signups, you get allocated, you know, with your team against random competitors, right? Like in a random seeding kind of thing. there are often times, especially like during Epic LAN and smaller LANs, where our opponents would be sitting behind us or next to us. So we'd have to build like a makeshift screen out of cardboard boxes just to prevent people from cheating and stuff. And it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Especially in the earlier rounds, right? Before you even got on stage and played for the semis or the finals, you were sitting in the LAN space, and surrounding you were people you were competing against, or people even like literally walking around being spies and then going back and giving them all the info. It was a mess. But yeah, I don't know if any event organizers out there, league operations, tournament ops, competition ops, solve that, please. Which many have. Just give a dedicated space for competitions. But yeah, when you have larger LAN-based events, that's going to be difficult. It's just something you have to accept. But yeah, I'm sure many of you will be aware of that. Okay, so yeah, so we talked about broadcast space, on-air talent, competitive, doesn't work. But like I said, there are solutions, right? Yes, you can put everyone with white noise. I'm not sure if they have that. White noise, soundproof earphones, headphones. Maybe even get the extra mile and put like earbuds in on top of the thing like we do in the LEC or EOSDS. At least I see we. I keep saying we. I'm not associated anymore. But yeah, there are obviously ways to solve that. Whether they've done that or not, I don't know. Like, who knows? Teaching space. Let's move on. Teaching space for the Esports Hub. 12 PCs. From my experiences teaching in that room with like range of modules, my classes averaged around like 20 plus students, which is another issue we'll move on to later in terms of student numbers. Okay, spoilers. Okay, so as a teaching space, 12 PCs, and I average 20 plus students in that room at any given session normally, assuming they all attend. Even a few of them go missing. Basically what I'm trying to say is there's not enough PCs for every student that attends that session or that seminar or whatever in that room, which in my opinion isn't fair, because it's like, I stand by the rule of thumb is if one student gets it, every student should get it. But yeah, I mean, that applies to many things, let's be honest here, and on the course and all sorts. Like when it comes to like assignment feedback and stuff, if one student's going to get feedback, every student should get feedback, because it's not fair. Like, why should that one student get it and everyone else not? I digress. But yeah, learning space isn't fair because there's not enough PCs to go around. We shouldn't have to rely on students bringing in their own laptops to rectify that problem. It's not on them to solve that issue. It's on the course or the university or whatever, or the course leader. Maybe that was it's all my fault, guys. I'm sorry. It was my fault. But yeah, I mean, the solution for that was, we just make everyone share. That wasn't a solution. That was a workaround. Like, that was just the best thing we could do. If anything, it was a band-aid, right? Because we had 12 PCs and we had 24 students, well, they just pair up, which is a shitty experience already, right? IMO, because then you always have someone typing on the keyboard and you have someone just talking. It's a different way of learning. It's not fair. One's getting the experience of typing, one's getting the apparently good experience of just talking and advising, whatever, right? And unless you tell them to swap around, it's just not a great thing to do. Should have just bought everyone laptops, yes, but that probably would have been more expensive than actually just installing more. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, we've gone on and on about the issues, but that was just the Esports Hub. Like I said, I call it the Frankenstein room because it tries to do too much at once, and unfortunately it doesn't do any of that well, in my opinion. For those of you who've just joined, like I said, take everything I say critically. I could be lying, I could be BSing, this could be very biased. It's anecdotal. I like to think it's personal experience, but yes, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I could be wrong. So, I mean, don't apply that just to me. Apply it to everything you hear, please, okay? Great, okay, so that was a lot. Like I said, there's so much to talk about. I'm glad I booked 2 hours out here. I might even go over, but... Okay, so we talked about the Esports Hub. We talked about, like, general course structure and specializations. What needs to address, improve, and how should we go about it? Well, I don't know what's going on. I probably can't say much about, the ins and outs of things, but like I said, I told the team, right? I told the team before I left. I mean, way before that. Hey, I want to restructure the course. I want to restructure how it's delivered. What modules are being taught, stuff like that. And I'm not. It's just one person. This is my opinion. I try to bounce ideas between the members of staff there, but there's always potential issues, right? I mean, academia, there's a lot of obstacles and bureaucracy involved, which again I understand. Right, there are processes in place. You have academic integrity, you have academic competence, you have all these things you have to go through in order to make sure any major changes happen. Which I understand. Like I said, yeah, you have to go through this, right? You can't just constantly keep changing stuff. However, let's turn this around then and say, well, why did we need to make any changes in the first place? And that's my biggest thing, right? It's like, well, if things were right from day one, no changes would be needed. No one would be complaining. And what I hate to hear is, oh, okay, and this is to some students, okay? I'm not calling out any students in particular, but many people say this. It's like, it's a new course. It's the first time running. We're guinea pigs, and please don't call yourself guinea pigs. That's ugh. It hurts me to hear that. I mean, first of all, why do you want to be a guinea pig, right? Why do you want to be tested on? Okay, first of all, yes. It's a new course. Great. I mean, well, just because it's a new course, does that mean that's justification for there to be problems? In a way, yes, I understand where you're coming from if you say that. However, though, it should be more of a case of, look, if this is going to be a new course, you want to be doing it right. You want to be doing more research. You want to be approaching the right people, reputable people from industry, I like to think, who are actually going to be giving valid, great information, great content, stuff like that, right? And I don't know. I've heard a few things from the grapevine about who was approached, what was done, who developed the course and all stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't think due diligence was done properly, in my opinion. And from my experience, a few industry people agree with that. And yeah, it's just that. But yes, I don't feel like students should be saying like, oh, we're guinea pigs, and using that as a justification. All right, mate, no worries. Like I said, I appreciate you being here. You're probably like, we don't know what's going on, right? Like, there's a lot going on. Let's just say that. But yeah, I don't like hearing students say they're guinea pigs, because especially as a justification, that shouldn't be a justification for any issues that are happening. That shouldn't be happening. Like, we shouldn't be testing or like blah blah blah, right? Like a course being thrown out, implemented, whatever. I'm going through all the procedures of like checking it's a good course or it's done its due diligence and all that stuff. That should have been good from the get-go. I don't know how most courses are developed, stuff like that. I mean, my question for the course itself or the university or whatever, I want to know, and I think the students want to know, is how long did the course take to be developed, right? What was the development process in terms of time length? Was it short? Was it long? Who did they approach? Did they approach reputable people from industry? If so, who? Who did they speak to? Because from what I gathered, most people do, most programs do this as well. They approach industry, hopefully credible and reputable, and then they ask them, like, oh, what do you want? If you're hiring, or what would you want to hire? What do you want to see in an esports student? Blah blah blah, kind of thing. But not everyone is going to want the same thing. Some people are going to want so many different things, right? First of all, depending on the company size, depending on what they do, depending on the location, a esports company, or that sounds horrible, a esports company from the UK is going to want something entirely different from an esports company from Asia, from the Middle East, from Africa, from Europe, right? Like, it's so broad. Like, who did they speak to? And did they speak to enough people? Because if anything, if they only spoke to UK esports organizations, companies, or whatever, then, well, aren't you only limiting your market? I mean, not your market. I mean, kind of. Aren't you only limiting your potential graduate students to just the UK market? One of the worst markets in esports. Not in general economics, because they're great, I think. But yeah, like, you get what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say, right? Who did they ask? Why did they ask them? And what did they tell them? That's what I want to know. And if they did tell, like, maybe they did ask all the right people. Did they then translate that well onto the curriculum or the development of the courses? That's what I want to know. I probably don't know. Who knows? All right, so, like I said, everyone, if I missed anything important, throw them to me. I've got a bunch of questions to catch up on the Discord. But I think we're good here. I hope, did I give any improvements? Yeah, so the course was one. I mentioned specializations. Okay, let's give some solutions for the Esports Hub. I want to see from the Esports Hub, not even just that. I think what the London did was great. What the Staffordshire University London campus did is great. The arena. They had a year to develop that, to maybe Stoke-on-Trent Staffs was a guinea pig course, right? Now they can justify from the student numbers and the recruitment numbers. Yeah, sure. Now we can justify getting a big arena. I mean, it kind of sucks, right? Kind of like, in my opinion, it sucks that London get this great facility and staff doesn't yet have one or something like that. Again, like, is it fair? Like, why does London get it better? That kind of thing. There's loads of like comparisons between locations of campuses between Stoke and London, right? Very quickly, if you're based in London, one of the downsides, yeah, it's more expensive to live in, blah 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 blah. I don't know what you think of Stratford and all stuff. I'm not judging. I don't know anything about London really. Okay, like, but yeah, well, one benefit is you're close to industry. All the talks, at least most of the major talks and events, like ESI, they're all based down pretty much in London. As a Stoke student, even me, like, I would have to travel down to go there. So cost of travel, very expensive in the UK when it comes to trains. Maybe you'd have to stay overnight, that kind of thing, right? So that's one benefit as a London student. Another benefit, in my opinion, is the arena. I don't really know too much about your usage or how much access you have to that, all that stuff, like training, like that's not on me. Stoke. We kind of moved on just to general comparison between campuses, which is one of the questions the student asked me. Because, some students did approach me, hey, I'm not sure if I wanted... Okay, no, this is very good, actually. If there were any students here who are considering changing between campuses, between Stoke to London or vice versa, this will be useful to you. As I mentioned, there are benefits and drawbacks to location, right? And one of the benefits of London, close to industry, more opportunity to talk, to network, etc. It's great. Obviously, COVID kind of puts everyone to a standstill, but still, London is the place, right? Rather than up in Stoke, because there's nothing esports up in Stoke. Unless you want to consider, is Overclockers based up in there or something? But that's not really esports, right? PC. Okay, another thing to compare is campuses. So Stoke-on-Trent is the main campus of Stafford University, unless someone wants to disagree. One thing that benefits Stoke students is a lot of the facilities in terms of like the library, the students' union building, all that stuff is up there. As a London student, as a SUL student, you don't have access to like a physical person to talk to at the student union. I believe they have reps that travel down, so don't quote me on that. I know they're trying to make that, I'm trying to improve on that, which is great. We should. I mean, there shouldn't be a difference in this. I believe there are issues there in terms of, like you don't have a physical building to go to if you have a problem on campus in London. You'd have to hope at best there's a rep that's traveling down there for the day, or they're there once a week or something, which again, not really flexible with timings and stuff like that. So there's another thing in terms of accessibility of facilities and opportunities, right? Societies, how many societies exist in London? Do you have meetings? Like, do you have to make your own? Like, if there's a hockey society in Stoke, is there an equivalent comparison to the London campus? Are they both the same, or is it Stoke Hockey Team Society and then it's London Hockey Society? That kind of thing, right? All right, and there's plenty more. Those are just like the quick ones at the top of my head. But yeah, because I know there are a few students who are considering, or have done, or still are considering. You want to think about that, and then you got to think about other things such as like general expenses, right? So where's home for you? Assuming you enjoy going home, we like going home. If you're from London, then you might want to be closer to home. Maybe you actually stay at home and commute to uni, save money. Great. Or maybe that's the case and you actually don't want to be home. Maybe you want to get as far away from home as possible. I know a lot of students that do that, right? They just want to get away from home. I'm from the Isle of Man, I know this. And that's another reason. Maybe you're from London, but you're like, I don't want to be near home. I want to explore somewhere up north. Up to Stoke I go, right? And vice versa, that opposite. Maybe you're from Stoke and you want to go to London, that kind of thing. There's loads to talk about. Expenses, living expenses, London is expensive, blah, 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 kind of thing. But traveling home, are you going to travel home? There's all these things to think about. My key takeaways are opportunities, though. Like my key things are like where the esports industry is. Where are these events? Where are these network opportunities physically? Because online, yes, we can attend online, but it's not the same. You don't build the same relations. But yeah, London is the place for opportunities like that. You can do the same up in Stoke, just factor in you have to then get a train, you're sacrificing a few hours of your time and potentially a fair amount of money from the trains because they're expensive, and all that stuff, right? It's all a balancing act. It's all about weighing your pros and cons. What do you prioritize? Maybe you actually save money living up in Stoke with the cost of student accommodation or rent, whatever. That justifies you actually for that 1 day a year or 2 days a year paying for a ticket and going down to London. There's so many factors, right? So again, I'm here to give you the information and for you to make an informed decision. Let me catch up in the chat real quick. La 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 la. If I stay in esports, I want to yeet to London. If some such blah blah blah. I just see BCU here. Do a programming move and go BCU. Okay, same thing here. Right before. Okay, so we talked about campus courses. Let's talk. Oh, no. There's like location changes within the course. That's still you still have staffs. You just have different campus. There's course changes, so changing away from esports to I don't know like game design, but still staying in the same university. That's back to the question of what do you want to do though. And there's a question of changing like actual institutions, right? And you know, some of you might be considering changing actual institutions. There are many more esports courses popping around the universe, around the UK, even probably around the world, right? Maybe Europe has a few right now. I mean, obviously Finland has one. We got an Erasmus program partnership with them. But let's look at BCU. I mean, I've done this with students again. I won't bring it up here. You can do this yourself. I mean, I posted the chat up. I probably won't. But yeah, do your due diligence. Have a look at what the BCU Esports Business Management course, I think is what it's called, is offering. F Erasmus is it not carrying on? Ooh, that's a big F if it's not. That sucks. But yeah, okay, so BCU, have a look at the websites. Oh, you know, I treat you guys too well. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. I gotta add a new source and everything. BCU. Also, I'm a BCU alumni, so represent. And like I said, I just want to clarify, I'm not here to sell BCU. I'm not here to tell students to, yes, leave this course and move elsewhere. No. I'm here to help you think critically and to provide you with information for you to make a, again, informed decision, okay? So before anyone tries to say that, like Kevin is trying to take students away from the course, first of all, I'm not even spoken to BCU. Like, yes, I'm an alumni, but that's a joke. Let me hide this real quick. Okay, let's bring this up here. Actually, let's make another scene for this. Bear with me, everyone. Okay, Windows capture. Let's do this website. Okay, this works. Fit to screen. Oh, my voice is gone. I've been talking too long. All right, shrink this down. All right. Apologies for the terrible format. Okay, so look at this. Okay, so if you're a student who's decided to change courses, this is what you should be doing. And every student should be like, if there are prospective students here, if there are prospect students here who are looking at studying at the staff's esports course or whatever, you should be doing the same, right? You know, we have there is the staff's esports. You want to be doing this. And this is for any student, and again, for those who are thinking about changing courses in general, every student who are looking at going to university should be doing this, right? So we have the staff's one, we have the BCU one, there's plenty more, right? There's plenty more of esports courses in the UK. There's even a broadcast production specialized one, I think, up in like Nottingham or something. So what you want to do is first have a look at the webpage for the course itself. What I recommend you do is scroll down to the course in depth, basically where it shows you the modules, okay? And again, I have to do the unfortunate thing and ask you, what do you want to do? What career path, what role do you want to see yourself working in? Most of you won't know, which is the unfortunate thing. However, if you have determined, or if you are more towards the side of, hey, I'm interested in the management side, or events, business, or I think they renamed this. I think it used to be called business management, but it's esports management, never mind. But yeah, so what you want to do as a student is look on this page, have a look at what they teach, have a look at the modules they're teaching, right? Do they interest you? If you're interested in events, like if you decided I want to work within the events management side, events production within esports, great. Let's have a look. Let's compare the two. Let's compare BCU to staffs surrounding event modules and how many there are, right? So let's have a look here. Year 1, ecosystems, managing teams, marketing, esports event management. 1. I mean, you could also argue like, you know, ecosystems is one as well, but in terms of like heavy focus, right? So basically, how many modules interest you and your path? Year 2. There's another one. So there's another one, live event, blah, blah, blah. Managing esports venues. That's basically events, free. I mean, I count free. Like I said, it's very broad. Like, it's very difficult to say this is definitely focused on this. We're talking about heavy specializations, right? So purely events. I counted free. Nothing events specific here, but these are optional. Oh wait, are these optional? You must choose one of these. So this is like 40 credits, so these are large ones. This is more business. Okay, I was gonna say it was more business focused, this event, this course. All right, so the optionals. I don't see any here. I mean, any. Oh, sorry. This you got to choose one of these. So this is optional. Hey, broadcasting. No events. So I counted 3, maybe 4 events focused modules on the BCU course, esports course, which is called esports management. Let's compare that to staffs. So on the page, let's go down. Let's find the modules. Great. So we have it all nicely laid out here. Let's count the event modules. And this is a bit funny, but yeah, okay. We have event experience 1, resourcing esports events 2, single player esports events 3. Let's go to year 2. Event planning strategy 4, multiplayer events 5. You can see my hands. Year 3, esports expos is basically event 6. 6 event focused modules. So, as a student, as a prospective student, or as a student who's looking to change into whatever an esports course specifically, and you have interest in events, well, I mean, I think that kind of settles it, right? In terms of pure, just on paper, what they say they're going to teach you, I would go for Staffordshire University for events. I mean, I do joke that there are so many event modules on the staff's esports course that it should be called esports event management or something like that. But yeah, I mean, that would have solved many problems, I feel. But there's, again, more issues about, because I had students on LinkedIn who, under the education, they put esports, BA honors esports event management at staffs, which to me is like, that's like, wait, what? Like, no, this course is called esports, just general esports. I mean, yes, that's better. I thought it was just students who were like, I want to go events, so I'm going to tweak the name of this to be towards mine, which is kind of like an iffy thing, because, I mean, when you actually present your degree, it won't say that. But recently I found out that actually, no, when students have been joining or applying for this course or enrolling, it was actually called at one point esports event management or something, which is why I'm like, I don't know. Like, I didn't know about that. I've always known it as BA honors in esports. But yeah, I don't know. Students can tell me this. Yes, it was a business and events manager. So I don't know if they renamed it. First of all, I don't know how they're allowed to rename it because of all the obstacles they told me about. You can't do this and that because of blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. That's something you got to find out for yourselves or ask someone. I've always known it as BA honors esports. I've never known it as anything other than that, right? I think it would have been great if it was used to be called BA honors esports business and events. That's a specialization. You're focusing towards the events and business side. I mean, it's kind of two there, but there's enough content there. But no, I presume because we changed from the business school, it had to be changed. No, because when I joined back in 2019 in September, the course was still within the business school, and it was known as BA honors in esports. And this is the confusion, right? And this is where we need some clarity and communication. Was it always known as a BA honors in esports? Did it used to be called BA honors esports business and event management or business and events? If so, why wasn't I told about this? Why wasn't I made aware of this? I don't know, it's just inconsistencies, because I don't know how many courses there were. Maybe it was a case that they had specializations, and I don't know. Like, I don't want to delve into that because I don't want to talk about something I don't know. Someone has to find that out. I don't know. You guys can find that out, right? But yeah, what I'm trying to clarify is, like, if you have decided on an event, yeah, staffs might be better. If you were to focus on business, BCU will be better. If you were to focus on broadcasting, you kind of screwed for both, right? Go to the other course that has that, which is, I don't know, was it not? It was one of the Nottingham ones. Here we go. Esports production. I'm sure there's another one, but I don't know. Nottingham Trent Uni. They do a esports production course, which I'm assuming is broadcast and content creation kind of things. Again, let's do the same real quick. Let's have a look at what modules they teach. Global esports industry, principles, esports games, production and technology. Okay, there's a heavy one here. It's 40 credits, 40 credits, 40 credits. So far, I've only saw one heavy. I mean, again, this is an introduction. Like, this, I feel, is okay. Like, again, you kind of want to introduce things. This is like ecosystems. Esports games? I mean, these two kind of cross over, I feel. So I'm not sure what content they're going to be teaching there. But hey, I ain't going to be judging here. I'm not here to be judging. Technologies in esports games. I mean, that's kind of useful for broadcasting. Esports event management. I don't mind having an event management module within broadcast because they work so close together, right? Broadcast production works heavily, very closely with event management, which is why it's justified. Live esports broadcast, boom. That's what you want. That's what you're there for. Unfortunately, you have to sit through a whole year until you get to that, which is again something to think about, right? Like you got to plan ahead. You got to think, like, oh, maybe I might not like year one, and I don't get to like the 5 other event modules here. There's so many things you got to consider. Industry practices, okay, that's great. Final year. Technology, I don't know what this is. I'm probably should read it, but social media, yeah. Like straight off the bat, I feel like there could be more heavy focus around the broadcast production. You know, I mean, there is probably content creation there somewhere, but that's like an ideal specialization. I feel. Like I said, I don't know who's teaching it, so I can't really comment on it. But all I'm trying to say is, if you're interested in broadcast production, compare these 3 and have a judge about which one offers the most modules that interest you or interest you for your career progression into a role you want to pursue. Does that make sense, everyone? I've been talking a lot. Has this been useful? Let's take a quick like breather here. Has this been useful so far? Are there any dire questions that people have been, wanting to ask that I've missed out because I'm terrible with managing the chat and I wasn't expecting this influx of students' questions so far? Okay, this has been great. Okay, I'm happy. That's good. All right, let's crack on. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this text. We don't need that anymore. And let's bring up the next question. We'll probably have to skim through some of these now just to be a bit quick. So, and this is just the ones that were submitted beforehand. Okay. Let me just move this one. And for those of you who can't attend because I talk a lot of shit and I drag on, there will be a VOD available, okay? So don't worry. There'll be a VOD available. You can skim through it. I'll put some timestamps in it and you can just like watch the parts you're interested in. Because I know a lot of students can't make it right now. All right, let's bring up the next question. So, when students brought up on marks being late, not having any feedback, the student rep said that the university told them that it was I assume your by me, fault and dumped a load of work onto other staff members. What's your side of the story? All right, first of all, to clarify, I need to hear what students have been told, I guess. Obviously, I don't know if you're allowed to say it. I have my own personal account to this whole issue with marking. We're talking about on-air talent, by the way, so this is only going to be relevant for year 2 students. Yeah, like we got to clarify here, right? Because there's obviously my side of the story. There's probably the university side of the story. There's student side of the story, and there's the person who probably told the students, right? So we got to clarify on that first of all. I'm not sure if anyone can, but if not, then I can try and explain from as many perspectives as possible, right? Given the benefit of the doubt, etc., etc. So like I'll try and summarize this. Kevin's summarizing as if. But yeah, so marking. So on a talent, I was module leader. We had, let me just close this. We had, what do we call it? So I believe year 2, so level 5s. I can't give exact numbers because again, I could be treading on, eggshells right here. But there's a lot of you, right? I mean, I can comfortably say there's over 100 of you, level 5 students studying on the on-air talent module, which was last semester's module, which I led and taught solo on. And we had 2 assessments. We had what I called AE1. So that was a written report, if I recall. And then we had AE2, which was a video portfolio. Yeah, okay, so those are 2 assessments. So there's the 2 assessments for that module, and we had over 100 students. So that's basically 2 times, let's just say, like, we'll say it's 100, but there's more, I'll tell you that. I mean, students would know. So let's say there's 100 students on that module, 2 assessments, that's like 200 assessments that I myself have to mark, right? Because I was a sole lecturer teaching that module. And then I don't know how much you as students know about like how long it takes to mark stuff, especially as still rather new lecturer and stuff like that. So what I can say is, so for the majority of AE1, the written report, I got through 70%, I'd say 70% of those. And for each one of those, I gave feedback. I always give feedback to every assessment I mark. Because the way I see it is, if the student spent time to write this, submit it, it's only fair that I, spend the time to review it, to mark it, and to give constructive feedback for it. That's the least I could do as a lecturer for students. It's like, it's not a one-way street, right? You put in the work, I put in the work. Now you can start to see the issue here, because let's say on average it takes, well, at least me, but I could be the issue here. Maybe I'm just slow, whatever. But on average, it took me around, maybe 10 to half an hour, so 10 to 30 minutes to mark one piece. And let's say I'm working with 200 assessments right there. Let's do some quick maths. I feel like we're turning into Devin Nash right here. Let's do a Windows capture, because it's nice to have visibility, right? Visual stimulation. Boom. Got a calculator here. So, 200 students. I mean, not 200 assessments, all right? 200 students. 200 assessments. Fuck. 200 assessments. Let's say on average it takes me to mark 15 minutes per assessment. Oh, am I typing? I'm not typing. Let's do it here. Oh, where's my calculator? There it is. So 15 minutes times 200 assessments. And this is on average, right? It's actually more towards the 20 plus minute mark. 3,000 minutes. Let's divide that by 60 for the hours. That's 50 hours. So that's 50 hours of straight marking to potentially complete. And I'll be honest, that's a very dumbed down number because there's more students and it doesn't take 50 minutes. 50 hours to mark all assessments for that module alone by myself. And I think, okay, so, I mean, that's basically like 2 days straight without breaks. Actually doesn't look like bad here. But like I said, numbers have been very blown down. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't know what you think. I think like 50 hours, and then given the time constraints that lecturers, from my experience, were told we have to get the marks in by. This is also right before Christmas. But yeah, there's so much to talk about here in terms of expectations, of like marking, getting them in on time, and feedback and all stuff like that. That's a lot, right? So 50 hours straight of marking. Is that even right? 50 hours straight of marking. That's a lot of time for one person. And also, to give feedback is actually padded on more time to do that. I mean, like I said, this could all be down to my inexperience with marking. What I'm trying to say here is, I had a deadline. Apparently, the deadline I was given was like, basically we were given extensions because of COVID. But apparently that didn't apply to me because my submissions were before December or something like that. I don't know. Again, communications wasn't clearly told to me. But either way, I think those expectations were kind of ridiculous, because if they expected me to spend my Christmas break marking instead of enjoying my Christmas break, then, I had other things to think about that. I don't know, like, people might then come up and tell me that's just part of the job. Part of the job is to sacrifice your hard-earned holiday time, considering also we were pretty much fairly understaffed. I say pretty much. We were understaffed, right? And compared to our student-staff ratios. And, I mean, you students can look at that yourselves. Like, look at the average in the UK universities. In higher education institutions, right? What's the student-to-staff ratio, or the average? And then compare that to staffs. Maybe you don't know the numbers. I know the numbers. I won't say it, but, you can probably figure it out if you just do a head count pretty much. At least even just your year, right? But yeah, it's insane in terms of student-staff ratios. I can tell you the average, though, for like the top university in the UK is around 17. So that means per staff or per lecturer, there's 17 students. I'll leave you to do the research on what we have for the esports course. And then on top of that, I was the course leader. I was dealing with 2 modules during COVID as well. So during COVID, you're probably all aware, a lot of crap happened. A lot of issues, a lot of emails, a lot of complaints, a lot of stuff, right? And on top of that, teaching, creating content, and marking. I guess I'm going right roundabout way of saying this, but yeah, so basically there was a lot to do in such a short space of time. I thought expectations were unrealistic, and yeah, I don't feel like expecting people to sacrifice the holiday time just to get stuff done. I don't think that's great. That's not a great way to be, aiming towards, and that's not a great environment to be working in. But in a way, I felt like, so I personally think I would have been in dead. So one of the deadlines that was given to me was like, I know, like the 10th of February, I think, with the extensions due to COVID. And I personally think I was going to make that because AE1 was the harder part of the marking because it was all 2,000 word written reports. So again, that's 100 plus 2,000 word written reports, which I had to read, grade, feedback, etc. But AE2 was the video portfolio, which to me was easier because, again, watching something, especially even from my experience, in industry, like I'm more of a video consumption person, but also from like aesthetic in terms of visual. Reading drowned me out. Like burnout is the keyword here. Like reading through constant 2,000 word reports over and over and over again, that really messed me up and burns me out very quickly. Video, on the other hand, was easier. And that's why I say that to last. I knew once I got through the larger bulk of the issues, the slower paced assessments, which was the written reports, I could potentially breeze through the remaining 100, which were just video portfolio. I mean, they were 10 minutes long each, 10 to 15, 10 minutes maximum. So it's still a bit of time, but much more bearable than, reading through 2,000 word essay reports or whatever you want to call them, right? But yeah, in my opinion, I was on track for the deadlines. But also, I wasn't prepared to burn myself out, to affect my health, to affect my social, my personal life, just to meet these high expectations in terms of like ridiculous deadlines. And I don't know, like I said, this is my opinion. Others might think differently. I don't know. Those are my thoughts about that. I feel like they were unrealistic and just unfair, again, due to the issues such as staffing numbers, being understaffed, the student staff ratios, and my workload just in general with my responsibilities. And pay. Pay played a large role to why I left, by the way, but maybe we'll get into that if that's a curious question. I'm very transparent with my pay and stuff like that anyways. Most people that know me would know that. I'm just like, yeah, I get paid this. What do you get paid? You don't have to tell me, but I'll tell you because I think it's important to talk about this stuff with your colleagues just for transparency. Like I said, managers will always tell you shouldn't talk about pay. I mean, why? Because they don't like you talking about pay because that's going to cause issues for them, not for you. It's nice to know, if you're, how do you compare to your colleagues? Because if you're doing the exact same work, why are they getting paid less or more than you, that kind of thing. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. But yeah, in a way, like even if I didn't meet the deadlines for marking, I was fine with it. You know why? Because in a way, that was almost like a mini protest for me. It was to say, look, you're throwing on these crazy expectations for me and these crazy deadlines for me with my current already heavy workload, and I wasn't prepared to sacrifice my personal well-being just to save face for the course, for the uni, or for whatever, right? Because, I mean, come on. I'm a human being as well. Can you treat me like one? And yeah, a large part, and it's not a question someone asked, but a large part to why I left was actually just the issue of not being valued there. Whether that was pay, whether that was the respect, or whether that was being listened to, or stuff like that. But yeah, back to the marking. So yeah, if anything, even if I was late for it, it wouldn't have blown my mind because I had more important things to do. I had a whole semester to be planning for to teach. I mean, that was supposed to be broadcast production, but esports broadcasting, for the year ones. But I left early. So, sorry. I mean, that's a shame. I want to say this for now for the year ones. I actually really wanted to teach you guys because I see esports broadcasting as my baby. Like, I mean, it's literally like what I feel most comfortable teaching compared to the other modules that I would, dare say I was thrown onto because, again, understaffed, we don't have people teaching it. Hey, you have the most free time or whatever, you have to teach it, that kind of thing, which has its own issues, right? I mean, okay, let's compare this to when I first joined. When I first joined, I told them in an interview, I told them, look, like, my specialization is broadcast production. I even thrown in like, competing. I used to be a player, team management, that kind of thing. I gave them two good, very focused things, like focus me towards. But when I first joined, I was teaching resourcing esports events. I was teaching single player esports events, event planning and strategy. Basically, I was thrown onto 3 event modules, and I nowhere in my application or nowhere during my interview did I say, oh look, I know everything, or I know a lot about events. Yeah, I was teaching those modules, and that alone was a red flag for me, right? It's like, well, first of all, isn't no one better to teach that? Like, why are you throwing that on me when I clearly stated that's not my area of expertise? I want to be teaching what I'm comfortable and what I feel is valuable to the students. I think it's a huge disservice to the students to be putting me teaching an advanced module when there are much better people who are able to do that. Whether, maybe we can't hire them, or maybe they're, again, busy for their own modules. I don't know. But what I was trying to say is, I'm not the right person. Why is this being thrown onto me, right? And most of the times because, well, we need people. We need someone to teach it. You're teaching it, kind of thing. But yeah, and take that as you will. But yeah, I wasn't happy about that. That kind of thing. But yeah, it's what happens, right? So you can start to see some of the major issues kind of like leak into other areas, right? And a constant one that comes up is being understaffed, or student staff ratio. And that's not even factoring in personal tutors, right? Like, most of you students know or should know that you actually have a personal tutor or academic mentor, whatever they've decided to call it this time. You have one. But again, that whole ratio of one lecturer could have up to 50 or even 60 now that I've left. You can blame me, I'm sorry. But yeah, one lecturer could have up to 50 to 60 personal tutees. I had around 30 when I joined. On top of everything else, onboarding. I mean, onboarding's another thing, but yeah. And like, just touching on the personal tutoring thing, but I enjoyed personal tutoring. I enjoyed talking to my personal tutees. I enjoyed guiding them, helping them, providing them advice, putting them towards certain directions, putting them in contact with people from my network, from industry. That was great. However, expecting me to do that for 50 people is very difficult. I mean, most of my one-to-one sessions with personal tutees were an hour. Yes, you could say, oh, they only have to be half an hour. But an hour for me is great because that allowed me to really connect with the person, to really feel, understand what they want and what they want to do. And then again, you do the maths, like, if 1 hour per session for my personal tutees and I had 50, that's, can I do the maths right now? That's 5,000 out. No, is that 5,000 hours? I'm not doing stupid, right? That's 5,000 hours, right? I mean, that's a lot of hours. Yes, let's be honest here. Again, I got to clarify, but not every personal tutee reached out. Not every personal tutee even wanted to be spoken to, not even cared. That's fine. So we can half that number. We can be good. We can probably reduce that down to 70%. Out of the 50, maybe 20 of those were actually engaging. That's still 2,000 hours per. Again. No, wait. I'm being stupid here. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. Yes, it's an hour each. Why am I times it by 100? That's not true. It's 20 hours. 20 hours, and how often you actually keep in contact with your personal tutee and the regular. I like to speak to mine at least once a month, maybe bi-weekly. And some students who, maybe liked having the conversation or needed extra attention, every week or something like that. But again, that's on top of other work responsibilities. Anyways, what's my tangent here? Oh yeah, marking. But yeah. I mean, I haven't even touched on the most important thing here, actually. So, when I was still marking my assignments for On-Air Talent, I realized actually another member of staff started marking it without my awareness. I mean, again, to that, to not fault them, but I think they did try to get in contact with me, but then there was obviously a personal issue in my life with COVID and stuff like that happened. But even then, that was 1 day or 2 days of no contact or no reply. My bad. I apologize. Again, no one contacted me saying they would actually finish off those marks, but someone went ahead and did it. And from what I saw, and from the data I saw, the time spent per assessment in terms of marks being inputted was very low. And comparing my 15 minutes, again, being generous, is more 20 to 30. My 15 to 30 minutes per paper compared to what I was seeing was ranging from 1 minute to 4 minutes of marking. And to me, that was a huge, well, that's not good, is it? Because first of all, were they getting feedback? And I don't know. I want to know from students for the ones I've marked for AE1, and I know who I've marked because I have a spreadsheet of the ones I've been inputting grades for. I want to know if any students here watching now, for your assessment 1 and On-Air Talent, year 2 specifically, did you receive feedback for your assessment 1? Because all of the ones I marked, I gave feedback for. And I really hope that those feedback marks weren't deleted or removed for the justice of, if one student gets feedback, then all of them have to get that. Obviously, that wasn't the case. So I really hope they didn't say, or came, I hope they didn't decide, because we can't give every student feedback, we won't give any student feedback. And I just really hope they didn't delete my feedback, because how long it took. I took a lot of time and a lot of, consistency giving that feedback, because that was good. I want to give feedback to students because I want to see them improve. Again, touching on the topic of, if they put the effort and time in to write this, I'm going to put in the effort and time to mark this. It's only fair. But yeah, so with the whole no feedback kind of thing, yeah, and I don't know, I would have to compare the names and the numbers, but I mean, I could quickly look at this now, so let's have a quick gander. I've seen some names pop in the chat, and if I can link the two together, there are going to be some very, very interesting things to be thinking about. And I can justify this, right? I have proof of this and the issues. So I don't know. I don't know what was said to students, right? I don't know if students were told that I left without marking. I left, which then made the numbers difficult for marking, hence the feedback. Like, I don't know what was said. I can only go by what I know. Like I said, I'm trying to be nice and balance out all perspectives. Like I said, benefit of the doubt. I did leave. There were marks there to be marked. Maybe they were late, or maybe there's no feedback because, again, they were struggling, blah, 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 for those situations, right? But if that's the case, then why, if this was the case, if the marks or the feedback I gave were deleted, why? Why go through the process of doing that? Like, even, like, if you were to go through the crazy method of, if one student can't get feedback, then no students get feedback. How is that better than one student getting feedback is still better than no students get? You get what I mean? Like, one student getting feedback is still better than no students getting feedback, in my opinion. But yes, I'm playing the game. I understand. If, I stand by the fact that if one student gets it, every student should get it, kind of thing. But it's always better to get something than to not get something. Okay, so let's have a quick look here. I'm trying to remember names here. Interesting. Okay, so I see someone. Okay, yeah. So red flags, bells ringing in my head from what I've just checked here. So obviously I'm going to remain anonymous to the names, but I saw a student mention that they got no feedback for their assessment 1 and on-night talent. When here, I know for a fact I gave them feedback, because every assessment I marked for assessment 1, I gave feedback for. So that tells me something messed up, Turnitin messed up, something went wrong here, or someone just decided no feedback. And before I left, actually, I did see some of my marks were amended. So again, big issues there. And like I said, I can only provide what I know. I don't know what has been said to students or from your side. If anything, I'd love to know. I would love to invite someone, a representative from the course, to give some insight about what happens. I'm not no right to do that, but if they want to clarify on these things, I want to know. I want to hear if that's the case. If student feedback and marks were being deleted or amended from what I originally marked, I want to know why. More purely for, why would you delete feedback that was already given? And it's more of a kick in the teeth for me, because I spent so much time doing that. But yeah, that's just me maybe being a bit pissed off. I think I think salty is too nice. I think pissed off would be a thing. Like I said, that's a lot of time dedicated that's now just gone because of some, I don't know, whatever reason, right? Hopefully it can be justified regardless. But yes, I just want to say, for like 60 to 70% of the assessment 1 on a talent modules, the assessments that I marked, all the ones I marked, I gave feedback for. Unfortunately, I can't access them now because my account is now, locked out because I've left. But I can guarantee, I can even probably bring up the mark scheme that I had and the basically self-made rubrics I had. But yeah, just factor that in. That's worrying. It's worrying to hear that. Like I said, this could be a one-off case, right? Maybe that one student that I'm talking about, maybe their marks, maybe they can't see it, maybe they clicked wrong. Like, don't assume that that's the case. But if that is, and I've got potentially over 60, 70 students who I can compare this to, if all of them have no marks, even if a few of them have no marks when I've given them marks, and I made sure I give them the marks because I only tick off that I've done them once they have their grade and once they have feedback. Where is it? So yeah, that concerns me. But hopefully that provides some clarification for this very long, winded question here. But yes, the TLDR, I was probably going to be late. I can hopefully justify that by heavy workload, poor expectations, and management in terms of like workload. Like I said, this is no way me justifying it. I'm in the wrong, right? Yeah, kind of. But I again want to emphasize that to me it was almost like a mini protest. Maybe I don't want to do it because if I did manage to complete it and burn myself out, they can then potentially next year turn around and say, oh, you did it last year, why can't you do it this year? Like, I don't want to set that precedent. I don't want to set that example of you did it last year, or Kevin did it, why can't you do it? I think that's a terrible way of doing things, and it's toxic, and I don't want to be saying that. But like I said, I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm happy to clarify more. I have proof, I have data. Obviously, some of the proof and data I can't show because legality, regulations, and stuff like that. But I don't know. If there's a journalist out there or someone who works within law who can talk me through about what I can and can't show, happy to do so, right? But yeah, that's a conversation for another day. And wow, that is actually the last question that was submitted before the stream. I know there are plenty more coming up, and woo, we're gonna have a field day. How are you all keeping? This is much longer than I expected. Let me just read up on the chat a bit more. I know I've blabbered on a lot, so again, apologize. I need a drink. Drink, everyone, drink water. Why have we been to work marks? What is this here? Why have we never been told to look at each other's work and mark it as if we were the lecturer's markers? Wait, are you asking that as a student? So why have students never been told to look at each other's work and mark it? I mean, I'm not sure about marking the same years, but what teachers in general have done is you look at the previous year's work and then you show it to students like, hey, look, this is an example of a first. This is an example of a fail. Woo, right? You can do that. But we don't have that for ours. I mean, one reason for me not doing that is because, well, last year, this module delivered, it was called shoutcasting and hosting, first of all. I completely revamped the module. Not completely. I changed the name. I changed the assessment. I pretty much revamped it. I can't see that though because you can't change the modules, blah blah blah, but stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that was one reason because the assessments were different. And I can't compare assessment that was different to as an example of you should be doing this and that for this one, even though it's completely different. I don't know. That's a question for the lecturers now, I guess. I mean, I can only give my point of view for it. Why don't you want students to do it? Well, I don't know. Are students qualified to mark work, kind of thing? I mean, if a student was qualified to give an accurate grade, then you should be getting firsts, or you should be getting 100% if anything, right? If you get what I mean. Like, if you have the knowledge to be able to mark something accurately according to the mark scheme, the curriculum, the descriptors, whatever, the module descriptors, that's a key word there, then, well, you should be getting 90% to 100, which is probably unrealistic. I mean, the idea of you being a student is you're there to be assessed. But yeah, I wouldn't agree with allowing students to mark work. I mean, you as students, I'm pretty sure are fine to just share amongst yourselves and compare it, right? You compare it, you look, oh, I wrote about this. Do you write about this? Yes. Why do we get different marks? That kind of thing. Okay, let's have a look here. I was in my other uni. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, the pseudo noob. But it's probably a question for the current staff there. I can only give my 2 cents on that. About, well, most of our modules in esports have only been running 1 year. Every the next following year, a lot gets changed. Modules being renamed, module content being rewritten, assessments changing. And obviously COVID did impact on that. And that's one thing we can't ignore, right? Again, aside of hopes for the course, COVID has impacted it on a lot, for better or for worse, which is another interesting topic to say. I'm back here, so you'll still go. Yeah, we're going strong sports. Like I said, I knew this was gonna run out. I was supposed to stop 5 minutes ago, but fuck it, we'll get through it. We got a bunch more questions. We'll get through them quicker. Like I said, I'll stop babbling on. For those of you who kept with me, you guys are the true heroes here. You know what? We're gonna spice it up a bit. Okay, you guys ready? I want to hear some readies in the chat. You know what? Let's spam something. Spam your favorite emote in the chat if you're ready for something. I'm gonna do the reveal here. Right? I said there's gonna be a teaser. There's gonna be something interesting. Technically, we're already finished now, but we're gonna do it. So let me know when y'all are ready. I want to see more. All right. Okay. I think we're ready. Well, get ready. What up? Yeah, that was the real. I got some branding going on the esports lecture. Haha, yeah, whatever. Great. Okay. I wanted to get this out before because I hated that old one. It was so boring, right? But yeah, hey, we got a new background. We spiced it up a bit. We look better. I mean, this is a black background here, but what's up, guys? What's up? You like it? You like it? You like it? All right, here's some live feedback here. So obviously, I don't have anything, you know, going on with the followers, whatever. But what I was going to ask you guys is, so do you prefer it, first of all, with the bar or without? You know, with the gray. I personally like it without. It looks better. I don't know. I understand why the gray's there. It's to kind of like make it stand out a bit. I think no bar's better. Okay, so what about this then? I mean, I'm going to get rid of it now for now. Just, you know, because we're not really highlighting that. But again, thank you for Fish for subscribing. I'm not sure if there's any other subscribers, but just a little breather here. There's going to be a lot coming, okay? So yes, welcome. I am now the esports lecturer. I'm going to rebrand everything after this. We're going to do a lot. I'm going to be inviting industry members to chat to us. We're going to have, you know, potentially lessons. I don't know, maybe I'll give a lecture. For those of you year one who didn't get to experience my lectures, maybe you might be able to, right? You want to learn about broadcasting? You want to learn about League of Legends observing? You might get that. Nah, you probably will get that. I probably will make content for that, 100%. Yeah, not me. Now, okay, now you can subscribe, guys. Come on. I'm waiting. Now, go. No, I'm kidding. No, not, okay. This is not the day for it. I'll be streaming. I'll get a schedule out. I'm reworking everything. But yeah, for those of you aren't aware yet, there is a Discord server. Get on there. I'm going to copy paste the thing again. But yeah, that's going to be my core in terms of announcements and stuff. It's a work in progress, but yeah. Get over here. Get in here. Get in that Discord. It's work in progress, but it's going to be built upon. I'm going to work my ass off for that, okay? But yeah. Well, welcome to the reveal. For those of you who stayed here, and for those of you watching the VOD, well, surprise, hope you liked it. Anyways, but yeah, this was so much better. I hated the other one; it was just so boring. But yeah, I'm someone who loves production value, and you know, clean looks or whatever. But I don't know. I digress. All right, let's carry on with what we were saying. So we finished the previous questions, right? So let's take some not live questions, some questions that actually mentioned during the stream itself. So I'm probably gonna read it out. I can't be asked copying, pasting, and saving all the time. So, for any moments, questions, okay, yep, that's good. Just catching up everyone. All right, cool. So, we got a question here. For relatively saturated market, you know what, fuck it now. I'll put the effort in now. I'll put the effort in. If one student asks a question and gets highlighted in the stream, then all students do. Screenshot one. Where is that? Where are you? You are here. Great. It just pops up there. Let me edit live. Oh, I got a nice space down here for it. Okay, this is all planned, everyone, okay? This is all planned. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Who needs a lower bar, right? All right, there we go. Boom. Let's get started. For relatively saturated markets, lolcasting in my case, what other roles, jobs, etc. can you recommend to supplement that while working in a relatively unpaid space? Okay, let me answer that first before the follow-up question comes in. So for relatively saturated market lolcasting, what other roles, jobs can you recommend to supplement that? What working roles? Okay, so let's just call that on-air talent. So yes, Callum, hopefully you don't mind me using your name, Melvin Nizzle. First of all, great caster. Even I casted of him. Obviously, I made him look really good, let's just say, because I was terrible as a play. That was for memes, but again, sorry for dragging you down there, Callum. But yes, Callum, for any industry members watching here, reach out. Really great, aspiring color caster. I have high hopes for him. I like to think I have a keen eye for potential talent, but yes, definitely one there. So UK, global, EU, like reach out. League of Legends caster. Throw your name out here. I'll tag him in if he's in here. There we go. Reach out to. Did I just call it Calvin? I mean, it's Callum, right? Did I just really do this again? Sorry, Callum. So, little inside joke here. I messed up his name. I keep calling him Calvin. Now I'm conscious that his actual name is Calvin, and I'm calling him Callum. No, it's Callum. But yeah, reach out to him. Anyways, so let's answer your question. What other roles can you recommend to supplement? So, content creation. Content creation in terms of like making videos or like just general YouTube stuff, streaming alongside being a caster it's great. It builds your brand, it builds your community, it helps, and then to piggyback off that, community management, PR, communications in general, marketing, like these all supplement that role very well, because in the end, as a caster, especially what's well known now in the on-air talent like kind of environment in terms of job environment, is most of you are actually gonna be freelancers now. It's actually becoming less often that you see full-time hired by companies such as like Riot Games on-air talent. We can talk about the benefits and drawbacks of that another day. I mean, we spoke about that in on-air talent module, if anything, the economics of on-air talent. But yeah, PR, community management, general communications, general marketing, content creation. These are all great for casters. Now, in terms of the role itself, broadcast production. Not anything, but key roles in broadcast production will help you as a caster, such as understanding what being a producer does. Even being a director, right? Whether that's a director or a technical director. Because the thing is, like, the people you work closely with as a on-air talent, as a caster, shoutcaster, whatever, these are going to be the roles which are going to help benefit you and grow. Because let's say you're a shoutcaster, a colorcaster. If you then learn how to be a producer, you can then understand what you can do, what your limitations are in the caster role. Because now you understand more what the producer does. You can then you now know what you can ask for. Oh, producer, could I ask for a graphic of that last team fight? They might say no. They might say yes, but you hopefully know more about what you can and can't do, because now you have knowledge of any external alternative role. So being a producer, again, for anyone aspiring to be anything within broadcast production, producing, directing, all great roles, because they are like the core. A producer or a director, they are like the core of any broadcast production. I mean, the director literally directs the show. A producer develops and creates the narrative, the vision of the show, right? That's their product, hence the name producer. Their product is the broadcast itself. So that's something I recommend, Callum. And if you need anyone to recommend to you, let me know. I've got some great people to recommend, even students who've dabbled in producing. You can connect you two together. Like maybe there's a producer who's actually looking to get into on-air talent. Again, it works both ways, right? As a producer, if you learn more about on-air talents, you can then understand what they're capable of, right? As a producer, you might be like, oh, can I ping them in the ear and ask for the, can you toss now? If you delved in the whole casting role, you might know when the best time to actually ask them, hey, could you do a toss now is, right? Stuff like that. So anything like the key ones in broadcast production, you could even say script writing, right? Actually, no, that's a great one, actually. Callum, if you're here, or if you're listening to this in the VOD, watching this, whatever, script writing is also good. As an on-air talent, you're going to be developing your own scripts, etc. And for you specifically, as a color caster, stats. I know you're big on your maths and stats already, so you should be great for this. So I'm going to set you some goals, right? So 1, stats. I remember putting you in contact with someone after that, actually. But yes, statistics, great for esports, great for casters, especially for the color caster who's going to draw from the analytics kind of things. What's the kill death ratio of X player, right? How often does their jungler invade, or how often do they start on this pathing that goes from blue to jungle to wolf to red, whatever, right? So many things with stats. And then once you are more aware of stats, you can then start building and drawing and asking for very specific stats that are going to help elevate your level or your abilities, your experiences as a color caster. Again, it's all about understanding what your limitations are. If you now know what stats can offer, how fast they can do, like if you ask them, I want a graphic of that team fight damage, give me a team fight damage graph. If you then work as a stats, a esports stats person, whatever, you can then learn about, how long does it take? On average, how long does it take to actually create that or bring that stat up and then turn it into a graphic that looks good and then be ready to put on to broadcast, right? Like let's say as a color caster or analyst or host, whatever, you want this graphic, but you now know, oh shit, we only have 20 seconds left, but it takes that stat 30 seconds to be created and implemented. Then you now know, well, it's no point asking for it. It's not going to work, right? Unless they're like working like crazy, or quality is going to take a hit. So hopefully that makes a bit more sense there. But yeah, that's one thing you can already do. As a caster, statistics, content creation, general community, PR, marketing, that general social media, basically. Social media stuff, anything to build your brand. That's all great. Broadcast production, producing, directing, script writing is, again, very good. But yeah, so many roles. Broadcast production, great. I'm probably biased here, but no, that's honest feedback there. For any aspiring caster, get into broadcast production roles, especially producing. Be like me, observing. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Sorry, as a caster, observing, knowing what an observer can do, what the limits are, what can they show, how long it takes them to set up and do this and that. Like this, it's so many things. Anyways, let's move on because we're going to be here all day otherwise. Follow-up question: outside of taking whatever work presents itself and creating show reels, etc., how can you best get noticed by the people that matter? As a caster, unfortunately, the best way to do that is, exposure. It's to cast for more events. Is to be on a talent for more events. Obviously, the larger the event, the more potential exposure you get. So that's the one. It's unfortunately you just have to do more. But don't just do the bare, the very low scale, low production things. That's a start, right? I think you're at a caliber where you can start progressing higher. I don't know what events you've been casting recently, but you, like I said, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. You have a lot of potential. You're great. You have a lot of knowledge. You're well spoken, much better than me. And you come from, you have a mathematical background. You're setting yourself up for a successful career as a color caster. IMO. All down to opinions. So what was I answering here? So yeah, more opportunities, but try and scale higher. Hopefully this will help you. Hopefully. And again, anyone from industry listening to me now, please reach out, okay? Trust me. That could be the worst mistake you do, trusting me, but no, he's great. If anything, yeah, I'm not sure if they have a show reel, have a watch for it. I didn't, maybe Callum, Melvin. That's why I call you Callum for Calvin, because Melvin. I don't know. Maybe your show reel sucks, right? Maybe you need to make a better show reel. Thanks for the gift, Subfish. Oh god, I feel bad because I can't really. No worries, May. No worries. Like I said, I appreciate you being here, but there's a lot of stuff going on here. Like I said, I'm not very good of getting this content out either. Oh, Spuzz, thanks for the sub. We'll catch you up all day. Like I said, we'll plan that day and just announce everything at once. All right? No, thank you, everyone. Lost my mind. See, this is why I should just ban subs, because it throws me off track. Man, I suck at being a streamer. But yeah, I mentioned more opportunities. Do more, scale more, improve your show reel. Like, send it over to me. I'll have a look at your work. Students send me their videos all the time about this stuff. Happy to do so. I probably opened up a bag of worms there. But no, I'm willing to have a look at it. So that's more opportunities is one thing. Obviously, the easy one is, cast better. Do better. Just do your job better. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. But, ideally, the more you do, the more better you do it, the more likely you're going to get noticed. But it's all going to be the bigger events, right? And then, yes, the issue is finding your way into those big events. One of those is going to be recommendation. Hopefully, I'm building you more opportunities from this. If not, I'll go out my way and do it. Send me that show reel. I'll have a look at it and do it. What else is there? Just to clarify on that, yes, like you could be the best caster in the world, and unfortunately, just due to unlucky circumstances, you will not get noticed. That would be compared to casting for low tier or low scale events. But again, that's on you to try and climb the ladder to get the bigger events. But there are loads of avenues, right? Like I said, I'm not sure what level you're at right now in terms of like what caliber of broadcast or events you're casting or tournaments or leagues. There's those. There's there's a progression levels. It could be a hometown, it could be a county, it could be a university leagues. Oh, university leagues. Oh, that's the topic for another day, maybe. They always have the newel. Like I feel like a newels is a progress step up for most people within any areas within like production or events or volunteering. What am I saying about uni leagues, Harry? We'll make this quick, right? I want there to be a Staffordshire University Esports League. Within that Esports League, you would have a variety of games, because I know how popular games are. you have Overwatch, you have Smash, a bunch of fighting games. You have CSGO, you have Valorant now, you have League, of course, Rocket League. There's so many games. F1 now's taken off. Why not create a league for it? And I know why. I mean, I had plans of doing that, but when I left, someone told me, nah, you're leaving. You don't need that. Shout out to Coliseum. You spelled it wrong, but they're trying to do stuff, right? Support it. But yeah, I mean, just for those students who don't know, that my vision was to implement a Staffordshire University Esports Association. And under that association, you'd have Staffordshire Esports League, right? Leagues. So that's your competition side of things. Then you have an events management team. So under the Staffordshire Esports Association, you have a events team. You have a broadcast production team. You have a tournament league operations team. You have a bunch of stuff, right? You have a business department sector. You have content creation, right? People who make graphics and broadcast assets, and they all work together. And what I'm trying to say here is, guess what? You're all building experiences during your time at university. So when you graduate, or hopefully graduate, or even before you graduate, you're building those experiences where you can then leave and hopefully get a job. Wouldn't that be great, guys? There, I'm giving you the resources for it. I did have a document. I did. But that's locked away in my staff's account. So, I mean, maybe I have it somewhere locally, but that would have been used. I got a lot of great stuff locked away, unfortunately, because I was stupid enough to not, take it, back it up or have it on my local files or whatever. That's on me. I can probably rewrite it and stuff, but it's not gonna be the same. But yeah, any Staffordshire Esports student, listen, Staff's Esports Association. I remember retweeting something from one of the NA collegiate scene members, or people named from there. Flexi Fletch. I probably butchered that name, but yeah, he mentioned how any university or college, as they call it in North America. I don't know the actual intricacies of that, but you guys have a cheat code into a career in the industry. If you have a esports society, or you run an esports league or events in general, right? You have cheat codes. Because guess what? When you guys are graduating, industry are still looking for people who know about the industry, who know about esports, who play games, who know the general ins and outs of it. Because there's still a huge bunch of people working within industry who are from traditional industries, and they're only in those positions because there's no one else to replace them. I was one of those. This is why I preach this so much. I quote this so many times. My old manager, he mentioned, look, Kevin, look around this control room. Imagine if everyone in this control room knew about esports. How much better would this broadcast be? And it's true, right? It's true. And I can give examples quickly. Look, let's say there's a camera person, right? A camera person who didn't know anything about esports, League of Legends, the game, whatever example you want to compare. Suddenly, live in the game, the crowd cheers. And he's like, oh shit, the crowd's cheering. Let's capture that, right? So he's already late to that. Now, let's compare that to someone, let's fill that slot in with someone who knew about the game, who knew about esports, who knew about League of Legends, who's watching it, because he knows what's going on, right? He's watching the big screen, and a team fight's about to break out, or first blood's about to happen. He's like, oh, something's about to happen. Let's move my camera to the audience to try and they're not going to react all the time, but maybe this time they're going to react, and we're going to get a good reaction, which makes the broadcast better. And guess what? A fight happens, someone dies, the crowd goes wild, and they caught it on camera. One difference is one person knew about the game, was proactive. One person didn't know about the game and was reactive. One can plan ahead and understand what's going on, and then preemptively, do their job in the best way possible. As a camera person, you're there to get the best shot. Crowd cheering is great content for a broadcast. Directors will love you if you're a camera operator and you catch great, emotional footage like that. But as someone who doesn't know anything about esports, who's just pardon my word, but just the boomers who just got that job because there's no one else. You're playing catch up all the time. You're never going to get the best content for it. And this is why I always say this is for all sectors as well: business, events, league ops, whatever, broadcast production. Obviously, from my experiences, we need people. We need people who know about the games and who are talented or just know about what they do. You know their roles, right? Like I said, as a TD. Here's a great thing to say, actually. As an observer, my manager did this very, very well. So he was pushing. So observer for me was like an entry point in the industry, right? I was very fortunate to work alongside Riot Games. like students always ask me, OPL. There's a lot I can talk about observers, but yeah, what was I saying? So when people ask me how do they get into the industry? How do they get a job? How do they work with Riot and all that stuff? Look, I mean, yes, some hard work and volunteering, yada yada. A lot of it was luck in terms of networking. I met people. I went to LANs. I competed in Insomnia. I met with I met with James Stress O'Leary and Richard Paul Scam. They started out casting in the UK. They moved on to better things, and they started casting for remember Challenger Series, EU Challenger Series, and then ended up joining the ELCS at the time. I met them. I was competing. They casted my game, and I was like, "Yo, great cast." I just met them in the hallway, and was like, "Hey, I really like your casts." Boom, networking. That's probably a bit to luck of just timing, but I mean, I was just genuinely interested. If there's anything anyone can take away from this, I say this a lot, but okay, another thing to take away from the students: be genuinely interested in people. Like, if you want to network and tip, honestly, just be interested in people. Just approach them with questions that you actually want to hear, not just saying it because, oh, this is the way to get a job or this is the way to build network or relations. No, just genuinely be interested in people. And then it's natural. It's not forced. And then your follow-up questions will always be out of interest, right? Anyways, divergence there. So what was I trying to say? I mean, I kind of went way off topic for the follow-up question outside of whatever get noticed by people that matter. I mean, hopefully I've spent enough time on this. Hopefully Callum, I'm not sure if he's here, but hopefully I gave enough answers to this. Apologies, but I probably need to move on now anyways. So next up, we got another anonymous one. All right, so I'm just going down the order right now. So 2. We'll try and speed this up. I know I said this all the time. And again, chat, I apologize for not, interacting with you more, but I'm just trying to get through this because I'm sure we've all got better things to do. I say that, right? I don't know. I like to think you found this beneficial. Okay, there we go. All right, next question. Do you think some of the student reps are caring about themselves and are ignoring their main job of representing the students on the course? I don't think so. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but from the few student reps that I've been in contact with, I think they have the general students' interest in mind. I can't speak for everyone though. I mean, here's the thing. I don't even know who the student reps are now. At the start of this year, I was speaking to the old student reps and speaking to the admins of the unofficial Discord server and being like, okay, look, I want to revamp the course rep system because no one knows who a course or group rep is. I didn't know. The students didn't know. Some of the course reps didn't even know. Some of them were like, oh, I was at last year, but no one, they contacted me or didn't contact me. So it's like, no one knew. No one knew. So I was like, you know what? Well, we're just going to hit a reset button and basically hold a election, basically. Every group gets to vote for their own again. And, well, that went out the window because someone just took it over and went, you know what? Nope. I'm deciding. Well, I don't know how it happened, but new course reps got decided. I don't know what happened, but yeah, it just threw all my work out there. I had it all planned out, a list about how we're going to do this, how many we're going to have, how we're going to have these meetings. And then it just all went out the window. I was like, well, okay, well, course leader for you. Don't have control of anything, or no one tells me anything. Yeah. So first of all, I don't even know who the majority of the course. It's so weird because there's course reps, there's group reps. I don't know what to call them. Let's just call them course reps, right? So course reps are within the groups. I like to think, because is that even the case anymore? I don't know. How many course reps are there per year? How many are there even course reps per group now? Everything keeps changes. It's confusing. I don't know. As course leader, I didn't know. I tried to know, but who knows? Oh, we'll talk about emotes soon, okay? Remind me before we leave. If not, like I said, we'll probably talk about it in Discord. I force you on a Discord to talk about that. Yeah, you get to choose what emotes you get. Okay, yeah. To answer the question, do you think some of the students are caring about themselves? So I like to think the majority of them do generally have the students' care in mind. But like I said, I don't know. I don't know who they are. The few I knew, and this is new, right? I don't know if they still are. They generally had the interest of students in mind. Now, it's kind of like a segue off from that, but I do feel like there are some students, and this is again from remember we talked about 2 hours ago, and we talked about some of the students who were trying like those sides, right? There's this conflict, there's this separation between like groups or sides of students, which is annoying because I don't like that. You guys shouldn't be separated, you should be working together. Oh, party systems, right? Yeah, so you have the group who are vocal on social media about the issues and wanted to like, complain, whatever, make noise. You have the students who are basically telling them, no, stop doing that, stop, like blah blah blah. Okay, first of all, like students should be, I feel students, anyone should be able to say what's on their mind as long as it's professionally, constructive, yada yada. Even if it's something obnoxious, right? Like we got to give them the respect. This is the sacrifice of free speech, right? I mean, I'm speaking from the UK. Do we have free speech? Maybe I'm too American right now, but no. Constructive criticism is fine. People can be vocal about their issues. I'm literally being vocal about my issues. Like, are people gonna shut me down? Okay. Here's the thing. I know when I broadcasted this out and the announcement out, to students and stuff like, I said, look, I'm going to do a Q&A session in the course. I guarantee a lot of students instantly thought, oh my god, he's gonna shit on the course. He's gonna be like this and that. Oh god, right? We're fucked. Or oh, I hate him. Like, why was that your instant assumption? Like, my goal today isn't again to like dismantle the course or to like whatever, like shit talk the course. That's not my intentions. My intention is to provide a first-hand account of my experiences and give light to some of the issues. Because I don't know if students are being shut down. I like to hope they're not. But guess what? I have no weight on me now, right? I can say stuff, obviously to an extent. Who knows? Straight after this, I could be going to jail. I could get sued. I don't know. I'd like to see it happen. But yeah, who knows what's going on? Either way, if anything, I should get everything out now, right? I'm doing a 24-hour stream. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, students, people should be able to say what's, issues, especially those who are frustrated. Like I said, from my experience, I know there are students who have complained. It's gone above my head as course leader. It's gone, potentially above the course director's head. It's gone somewhere. I don't know where that's gone. I don't know whether that's been communicated back to the students. From what I've gathered, they haven't. Students can tell me otherwise, right? I don't know whether it is, but again, I mentioned this before. When you provide a linear step of, the complaints procedure or feedback procedure, and students follow that. Ooh, my voice broke. And students follow that. But then that goes nowhere. How is that fair? Especially when you keep them in the dark. And I still go back to the case of if students are making noise on social media and only then do they get heard. Why? Why does it take students to go to social media to complain? To like finally someone to solve this? I'm not saying that's the case. I'm sure people have. I mean, I have. Students complain to me and I tried to solve things. Like not everything has ended up in dead ears. Most of it maybe have. Like, I don't know. From my experiences, like there's only so far I can chase up the ladder, right? Because it's only so. You'd like to think as course leader you would have some power or some amount of, I guess power to do stuff, to make changes. I thought that, and from what I learned, apparently not so much because I kept getting told the same things. It's like, oh, bureaucracy, can't do that now. Maybe, maybe in a year time, maybe in 3 years time, maybe after the full running of the course, we can make changes. And I'm just like, what? A year is already too long, but you want me to wait 2 to 3 years to implement some changes? And again, a red flag. This is like 2 years ago. This is when I joined. First of all, that's not good in my eyes. And I've said this a few times as well. It's the case of, in industry, if you're working in industry, if there's a problem, you fix it now and then, right? Because if you don't, you're going to lose out on profits from customers, from sales, right? You're going to miss out on all these things. Capitalism. But for some reason in academia, or I don't want to judge and, bundle up everything into the same thing, but at least at Stanford University, from my experience, like I said, because I'm not an academic, right? I don't have a background in academia, but from my experiences with the course, because I don't want to group the uni of the course, because I mean they could be different things. From my experience of it, it's always a case of, oh no, we can't do this, but give us a year. Oh no, you can't do this, give us 2 years, or we got to go through this long process for it. And again, I understand it, right? There's academic regulations, there's academic integrity and competence we have to go through. There are all these hoops we got to jump through in order to get things done. I get it. It's to protect, students, contracts and stuff like that. But I always go back to, well, why do these problems exist in the first place? Why can't we solve them? And if they then turn around and tell me we have to wait a full 2 or 3 years, so this is back in 2019, don't forget. If we have to wait a full 2 years, a full running of the course, which is year 3, is once you complete the course, that's a finally full cohort of students we move from year 1, 2, 3 to graduation. Then we can start implementing some changes. That, to me, was already too long and unfair. Because guess what? Telling me that students have to potentially suffer for another 2 years of a broken course in order for change to be implemented, that's not fair. That is 100% not fair, and yeah, I can't stand by that. Like, you have no idea how guilty I felt over the past basically 2 years. You have no idea how guilty I felt just leaving, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what people think of me leaving. Like, maybe, I like to think some students like, oh, how can he just leave and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, how can I just leave, right? I feel bad. I've left. I feel like I let down students. I feel like I let down staff members, colleagues. I feel like I let down a lot of people. We're already understaffed and I've left. You know how bad that makes me feel? Like, but then again, it's on the other side, I felt bad just being like on the course where I couldn't make changes. I wanted to make changes. From day one, I was like, can we change this? If not, why can't we? When can we? And just constantly being told, nope, or, oh, you gotta do this, or being told, yeah, but then nothing happens. It's frustrating. And there's only so much I can do, I feel. Like, I really wanted to try. I really wanted to feel like I could make a change. And it wasn't for me, it was for you, because I'm not sure like if you've heard about this, but being a teacher, lecturer, whatever, like being someone who educates people, like, you don't really understand the value of that until you actually do it. And I learned that. Like, I learned that from day one. My very first seminar, I mean, some students here could probably remember that. I remember even announcing after the seminar, like, hey, this is my very first seminar with you guys. How was it? Kind of thing. But it was great. It was understanding, like, just the students we have. Like, a lot of you students are great, honestly. A lot. I mean, there's some of you who are just, nah. The majority of you are great. Like, but teaching you, seeing people being happy and learning about something that they're interested in, sharing the same passions for the same industry, that was great. And that's what probably kept me there for so long. Like, honestly, after the first few days, I was already like, I want to go. But I stuck it out. I tried. And, who knows? Maybe I'm not creating a stop story here, but I would like to say, yes, it sucks I left. It sucks for everyone, I feel. But the worst part is the people who lose out the most is, unfortunately, you as students. And that's the worst part of it. It doesn't matter what happens. It's always the student who's going to miss out or get the short end of the straw. And that's what sucks the most. But yeah, sorry. I just needed to think about that for a second because, yeah. But in the end, people are right. I know myself. I got to practice with what I preach. If someone told me the exact same situation, like if I swapped my roles right now and I was someone externally, and they told me, oh, understaffed, overworked, and weird expectations, and feeling like I'm hitting a brick wall every time and stuff like that, I would tell them, leave. Why are you still there? What are you doing? Like, if your personal health is taking a hit, and your personal life, your relations are taking a hit, because you're working weekends and overtime constantly and not eating dinner at the right time, you gotta leave. And it's a case of practice what I preach, right? And I do that a lot. Like, I say a lot of things, but I don't actually follow myself, which is terrible. It's a terrible habit of mine. Also, I tend to burn myself out, a lot. But yeah, don't burn yourself out. Burnout. Okay, I'll probably say this now. Any of you looking to work in any industry, but broadcast production, especially if you have inspirations and you're passionate about it, you'll burn yourself out. You will burn yourself out, and that's gonna feel bad. But hopefully you'll learn from it more than I did and not do it at least twice. Oh, did I DC everyone? Am I still good? It says OBS is DC'd. I'm buffering? Reconnected? Oh, we're back. Okay, we're back. Sorry. Okay, first of all, I just want to say I'm actually running on Wi-Fi. It's very fast connection. It's 300 down and 200 up, but it's Wi-Fi. I need to actually fix the router and get it wired in. I'm being censored. No, I'm being DDoSed. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it was bound to happen. Hey, at least we didn't stop. Okay, so you didn't miss much, right? I don't know how much you missed. Maybe it was 5 to 10 seconds. But yeah, I think Twitch got tired of me going on an emotional fest. But what was I saying? I can't remember. Anyways, but yeah, I generally think from my experiences, the previous, or what I'm aware of in terms of student reps, I think they care. I don't know who the current ones are, so I can't answer that. But what I was trying to say is there's two sides. Don't be at each other's throats. Understand that both of you have pros and cons, right? And in the end, you both have the interest of the course being good. Understand that is your main. What is your main goal? Your main goal is hopefully for the student, the learning experiences, right? And you guys don't be segued out. Don't be blinded by external things. It's okay to voice your opinion. Just do so constructively. It's okay to tell students not to complain, because yes, it does. I'd like to say, yeah, it does affect you, but it doesn't affect you as much as you think it does. Okay, for the students who are like, oh my god, like you're giving a bad rep to the course, hence to me, and it's affecting me. Like I said before, industry aren't like comparing that to you guys. They're not blaming you. If anything, if there's anything to blame, it's the course. It's the people who are running the course. It's the development of the course. It's all that stuff. It's the people who even let the course to pass, right? I want to just reduce your anxiety, because like I said, a lot of students came to me like, oh, people are saying this, I'm worried about my future, like is my 2-3 years on the course just a waste of time, waste of money? No. And this goes back to this me saying, look, don't just like drag on and do the bare minimum. Do something, right? Run events, start your society, start some leagues, volunteer. Just on that note of volunteering, I'm looking for moderators for the Twitch, moderators for the Discord. Like, reach out. If I get anywhere in terms of like, I will pay you. I 100% am supportive of paying people. I don't like volunteering. I don't like people doing stuff for free, and I'm happy to pay for that. If not, do it for the experience, right? Oh, I hate seeing that. Yeah, do it for the experience. But no, if there's anyone who's just interested in just getting involved in community management, even if you have no experiences, let me know. Let's start building that. Right? Let's start building your knowledge within community management and moderation. Right? Let's do that. Social media. I'm going to need some social media managers. I mean, not now, but yeah. We can start doing that right now, right? We'll expand on them later. But yeah, again, just opportunities, right? Start doing that. I want to create opportunities for you. But also, like I said, with this whole branding thing, a lot of the things I couldn't, or feel like I couldn't do during my time at Staffs, I created this so I can do here. You get what I mean? Without the boundaries, without the restrictions, or without the obstacles. So like I said, I'll be inviting industry guests. We're going to have panels. We're going to have people from all reaches of like the industry talking about how they got into the industry, what they would advise you as students to do. All right, so look out for that. And throw me your suggestions, right? Tell me like, oh, I want to hear about this. I want to hear about observing. I want to hear about, no, fuck League. Like, you always talk about League, Kevin. I want to hear from Prius and Sliggy and Sapphire. I want to hear about FPS observing, right? Down for it. Spoilers alert. Oh, I've been in contact with some of them, but yeah, that's in the works, right? Yeah, League of Legends. What was that? Sleeper? Whatever. I can't remember the emotes. Resident Sleeper. Yeah, we get it, Harry. I know you spent 2 years with me learning about that, but hey, okay, Harry, my question for you is, did you actually learn anything about observing from me, even if it was heavily League of Legends focused? Okay, calling you out there. Harry Bow in the chat. Did you learn anything about observing? Please tell me yes. Be honest. You didn't? Okay, never mind. But yeah, something you know about me is I love feedback. You can, call me out. I love feedback. Honestly, like, obviously not stream, but we'll have a feedback section on the Discord. But yeah, I love feedback. Anything I say, like, I mean, one I can already tell is, oh, people constantly, like, Kevin, you talk too much. You go off tangents and stuff. Okay, nice. See, if I can help one student get into observing or learn something from it, I'm happy. That's my job done. All right, stream's off. I'm kidding. All right. Okay, this question's done. Yes, from my experiences with the previous course leaders, not course leaders, the student reps, they have been great. I don't know who the current ones are, unfortunately, so I can't answer for what they've done, what they've said, etc. But what I do want to say is there are two sides. Please just come together, find a common ground. You all want what's best for each other, which is the course. But yeah, you're okay to be constructive and constructive criticism. You're also okay to, like, they feel like people's negative impact on you are affecting your degree, right? Yes, if they're going to shit on the course, your 2-3 years of degree is then going to be useless. No. Okay, let's clarify that before we move on to the next few questions. Just because a student decided to go public about the issues and frustrations on the course doesn't devalue you. Because, like I said, you aren't the course. You're thinking of, this is the piece of paper, this is me, this is my 3 years of experience. No. If you ran an event, if you volunteered, if you were a student rep, just because someone shit talked the course doesn't completely just make all that vanish. You still have that experiences. If anything, yes, do more, because if you constantly just do nothing, then yeah, maybe the degree ends up just being completely useless, right? But no, I don't agree with that, because a degree, in my opinion, isn't that piece of paper in the end. It's what you've done to attain that piece of paper, right? So everything you've done to build yourself to even get that piece of paper, every year you passed, every assignment you submitted, everything you volunteered to do, that is what makes that degree. Except for some jobs, which is like, do you have that paper? Yes, okay, get in here. There we go. Yeah, like I said, the key thing is most reputable, keyword reputable. There will be a lot of loud mouths out there. There'll be a lot of, the esports industry is full of snakes. I'll tell you that, right? There are so many people in the esports. I joke. It's a common joke in the industry, right? In LinkedIn, you have esports consultants, esports experts. Ooh, cringe. Well, here's the thing. I would never claim to be an esports expert in general. It's same with the course, right? BA Honors Esports. It's too generic. What are you? What are you an expert in? Do you know everything? Do you know everything about esports? Do you know all the different sectors and departments? I doubt. Do you know about every region and location? No, you probably don't. Now, if I were to throw anything tag on there, I would put myself as a esports specialist in broadcast production. Even then, that's a stretch, right? That's so much. I'm still learning in remote now. I'm not sure if anyone's asked this, but if any of you asked, well, Kevin, what you do now you've left? Well, I've been playing a lot of Valheim, first of all. Great game. I've been working on remote broadcasts. I've been working on remote League of Legends, broadcast in terms of observing. So I've been doing I'm back in the industry working stuff. But because I don't know enough about remote broadcasting, because that was never really things, I've only worked live in-house, I decided to step back and be like, okay, well, I'm always going to learn. I'm never in a position where I feel like, oh, I know everything. No, I'm always in a position where I want to learn. And you guys all should be sitting yourselves down and thinking that as well. It's always something you should learn or can learn. If you feel like you've reached your peak, nope, there's so much more. I know about live in-house broadcasting, League of Legends. Well, I don't know about remote. So now I'm dabbling in remote. I'm taking a pay hit. I made way more in terms of freelance jobs for back 3, 4, 5 years ago, I was making maybe double the rates I'm getting paid now. That's fine. It's a sacrifice. This is me practicing what I preach. I am saying volunteering is is great. I'm learning it. I'm not going to go in and be like, pay me £500 a day rate to be a remote League of Legends observer. I can't do that because there's remote and live is so different. So I'm taking a pay hit because I understand, well, I don't have the experience in here, but I'm building that experience up to then maybe in the future I can justify saying, yeah, give me 600. I said 500 last time. No. But that's what I'm doing now. I've been doing freelance. I'm basically a freelancer right now. I'm a freelance, kind of just general broadcast, stuff like that. Dabbling in producing. Well, I've got this. This is going to take up the most of my time. Building this brand, inviting guests on, making educational stuff. Consultancy. I've been talking to people. A lot of people are reaching out about, oh, esports education, we want to make our own course. Oh, do I have stuff to say when they mention they want to make their own course? I'm just like, just okay, come to me. Nah. Okay, so hopefully this has been answered. Okay, we're stuck in this way too long. Students, be nice to each other. Be nice to everyone. Remember my opening speech to you students? Year 1 specifically. Some of you year 2s may have turned up in 2019 in September. I remember mentioning to you guys, look left, look to your left, look to your right. Each and every one of this person in this room could be a potential colleague, could be a potential boss, or could be a potential, work or whatever. Remember me saying that? And that's true. Be nice to each other, because I guarantee there's so many there's so many of you are talented. Like many of you have already got jobs or have worked within the industry, right? And that's true. Now, like, I'm sure your paths are going to cross, whether that's for good or whether that's for bad. You kind of want to avoid the bad, though, right? Like, if you treated another student like shit for whatever reason, they're going to be telling that people, like maybe you're applying for a job they're working for, and they're going to be like, this person's at Staffordshire University. You were at Staffordshire University. And they're going to be like, oh, yeah, they were dicks to me, right? Or, they were whatever, they bullied me. I don't know. Like, they did all this terrible shit to me. Guess what? Your chances of being hired are now gone just because of repercussions from your actions. Accountability. Yes, and I guarantee, like I said, a lot of you, like, even if we're just half the percentage, like half of the esports cohort, which is like 300 plus, not even half. Let's use the nice 70%, right? 70%. So, I mean, quick maths. My maths is terrible. Let's just say that's 40 to 50 of you students make it into the industry. People are first going to notice, because again, such a big thing, right? Esports staffs, blah, 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 because it's the first esports course. People are probably going to be like, oh, this person studied at the same course as you, same uni, same course. What are your thoughts? Were they good to you? Were they good? Were they reliable? Guess what? Esports industry is actually very small. Names pass by. People know each other. People talk. So leave a good impression. Just like, I mean, if you're going to be a dick, at least be good at hiding it, right? Okay, that's a terrible tip. Don't tell people that Kevin said it's okay to be a dick as long as you can hide it well, right? No, don't say that now. Oh yes, UK esports. That's a topic for another day, my friends. And you know what's sad? I've left it for years. I come back and it's still the same, if not worse, because there are more people interested. There are more people getting taken advantage of, and that pisses me off. I mean, at least pay's gone up. I like to think. Tournament prize money's gone up. Yeah, that's only if you're winning though. All right. Sorry. I spent way too much time in here, but yeah, we've answered this. Okay, so let's get this one real quick. Let's get through these quickly. I apologize for anyone watching this over in the chat who's like, answer my question. Because, yeah, I suck. I get way too sidetracked. I mean, this is why I kind of wanted people to submit it before, but I should have planned this ahead of time. People are going to submit on the day kind of thing, or on the actual stream. We're running over, but who cares? I could do this all day. All right, let's get rid of this. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. I've never read these, but these I've never read, so if there's no censoring, then apologies, but eh. Okay, quickly. I've had what seems like a very successful meeting with a business startup in North Ireland, jumping into esports scene, and he's come to me, believes, with his business knowledge and my esports knowledge. Okay, first of all, just stopping there. Great, this is what we're seeing, right? A lot of people from like traditional industries, from the business, they have money, they want to get into this whole new thing called esports. They're looking for people who know about esports, aka hopefully you students. Okay, we can make a very successful business. Plans to make a hybrid between Oxford Belong Arena and 100% Fuse. Okay, so arena and facilities. Funny thing is, I've had a very similar. I've got a business plan like built for these. Like I've got a whole document about all my business ideas, like back in the Isle of Man and all sorts. But the major factor that restricted me there was actually internet speeds and reliability, because the Isle of Man internet was, if you want to use that as competitive space, you got to be able to, competitive integrity in terms of matching speeds with the rest of Europe or the UK. Rip Brexit. He was very interested to hear that I'm studying esports, but I feel like maybe he is overestimating the course itself. And that's the thing, again, it's ignorance, right? And this is what people don't see. You have one side of you have some side or one side of the industry who are like, oh, this course is ridiculous, it's bollocks, they're wasting their time, blah, 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 just do a traditional esports course. Just do a traditional course and then just like dabble on esports on the side, which I understand. And, I also agree with that actually highly a lot. With the current state of esports, I still feel the potential is there eventually, maybe in a few years' time. But yeah, like I said, there are people who think that, right? Oh, this is useless. But there are also people who are like, oh, shit, you're doing a course. You must know your shit. I'm not saying they're right in thinking that, but that's the thing, right? You got to take both. Again, you got to take them both, right? I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong. One is obviously, potentially highly misled. They're just kind of taking it at face value, right? Like, oh, you got a degree in esports. You now know everything about esports. And there are going to be people like that. I'm not recommending this, but you can turn that, you can take that into your own favor, right? You could be like, Yeah, I mean, I got an esports degree. I don't recommend that, but no, I'm just trying to say like this will happen. There will be people like that, mainly from traditional industries who want to get into esports, and there's still so much market space for that because esports is still growing. It's going to continue to grow, and COVID has helped that grow exponentially. Everyone's playing games. Not everyone. More people playing games. More esports. Esports is still thriving, whilst other traditional industries, entertainment, have like, like live music events can't hold that. Social distancing. Sports. I mean, now sports are kicking up. You know what I mean. Let's see. Okay, so he was very interested, blah blah blah. It was just a course, maybe about it. I feel like maybe I'm not ready, but he really wants. So here's the thing. Yes. So first of all, again, I'm not sure if you want me to call you out here, but it's great you're being critical. It's great that you're truly being reflective of yourself, right? You're looking at yourself and you're asking yourself, am I worthy of this praise? Am I qualified? Because if don't be that guy or person, girl, sorry, don't be that person who's like, yes, I know all my shit and I'm gonna help you with everything. Because guess what? Let's say let's say you don't know everything and you try and help this business who's gonna like brick and mortar business, open up an arena, invest probably millions of pounds into this building, into this business venture, and then do it poorly. Basically, don't be like what I mentioned about this course, right? Because that's what I feel like it was. It was someone or a group of people, I don't know. It was people who decided, hey, this is a new hype thing. Esports is booming, it's amazing, and let's get ahead of the market. There's no esports course, and you know how powerful that is as a tool. And I'm not saying this is the case, right? This is just my assumption. I like to think it, not like to think, but I'd assume this would be the case because it just makes sense. Like I can understand why they did it, but the Staff's Uni Esports course, they constantly throw that out. It's not they, but people do, but it's constantly thrown out that it's the first esports course in the whole world, or at least in the UK, right, or Europe. I've heard many different phrases of it. That's a very powerful marketing tool, even though that is both a good and a bad thing, and we're starting to see which way that's tilting towards, right? But yeah, like being the first of anything is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing because there's a risk there, right? Because you're the first, you have no one to look up to, you have no one to compare to, right? You have no one to build previous experiences from, so you're basically building from scratch. Which is this is probably why there potentially are so many issues, if there are any issues at all. But again, that doesn't justify it. I think that we have enough resources and expertise in the world, in the industry, that we could have made this a great thing. But I mean, I feel like we don't even have half of that, and it always goes back to like, why? Like what was it, the race to be the first? Because we know a lot of people work. There are way more esports courses in the UK alone in universities than just staffs, right? So was it a race? Was it a race to like become the first, to claim that title, the first esports course in the world, the UK, or whatever you want to call it? And I do say that is a very powerful marketing tool. How many of you esports students, took interest in this course because of that? Like, it was, oh my god, there's an esports course? I'm going for that. And again, this is the whole targeting of people not understanding what they want to do. It's me and Death Note, right? This is what you guys in esports is my Death Note. Uni is the next thing to do. I like Death Note. Criminal investigation. For you, it was like, oh, I love Overwatch, League of Legends, CSGO, whatever game you play. Esports. That kind of thing. But yeah, I kind of feel like I went off here. But Henry, no, I'm like, this is great. It's great you're being so critical and reflective about yourself. Obviously, you don't want to be like me where you're too critical, where you end up just like beating yourself down. Because like I said, I still to this day didn't feel qualified to be a lecturer. First of all, I still don't consider myself, I mean, funny enough, I have this thing, right? Okay, this is just a brand, okay, ignore that. It's like the people who call themselves the XYZ professor or the XYZ doctor, right? The streaming doctor professor. I mean, that's not a thing. It's a branding thing. Ignore that, okay? But yeah, what I'm trying to say is I never feel comfortable saying I'm a lecturer, because to me, a lecturer is a very reputable position. It's a lot of hard work to claim to like even build yourself up to become a qualified lecturer. You know, like, I can give like shout outs, like ex-colleagues, Ying Ying, Josh, like these are doctors, right? They work their asses off. They're doctors at such a young age. I mean, those are lecturers. Those are true academic lecturers, and they have my full respect. I look up to them, if anything. Yeah, like shout out to Ying Ying, because like honestly, I just hate how our titles are together. I can't compare to her. No, I can't. It's not fair. It's not fair on her. It's not fair on the work she's put in just to like get that title. I to this day do not feel comfortable calling myself a lecturer back in the thing. Again, ignore this, okay? Stop looking. Ignore that. But yeah, I didn't feel comfortable. Like I said, I'm just some guy with industry experience. I didn't get hired because of my academic background. At least they really shouldn't have. I mean, that was a terrible hiring process if they hired me because of that. No way did I even remember putting, I don't have background in academia outside of my degree. So I'd like to think that wasn't hired because of that, because that's what I lacked. And I made that very, very clear. How did we get here? But yeah, sorry, I kind of dwelled on there. But yeah, Henry, it's great you're being reflective and critical about yourself, because it's important, right? Because you don't want to be the next person that you overestimated yourself, but potentially you have a risk of hurting that business partner, that person that approached you, thinking you know everything, and then it just bottling down, right? I mean, it could go the other way. It could be great. It could be a great venture, because I don't know how much knowledge you need to make it successful. I mean, you saw how Belong went, right? Like Belong went up and then it went down. I mean, I don't know where it's going now with the whole investments from that massive North American company. I like things on the up, but it's just a matter of time before esports arenas, esports cafes, PC bangs take off. It's just the environment. The UK, it wasn't built to have that type of market compared to Asia, right? Compared to Korea, China, where PC bangs, PC cafes were it's the thing. That's where you go. I mean, if anything, you could argue that yes, population factored in, which is always going to be a thing for China. That's why they produce such amazing talent. Similar to comparing that to like the Scandinavian countries like Sweden, right? PC gaming is more prominent over there. Internet connection is great over there. It's really fast. Now compared to the UK, I've known the UK as more of a console gaming region. Internet isn't the most reliable and stable. Let's be honest here. It's still an issue. So that's infrastructure. I don't know how we got here, but yeah, that's probably like how Belong went up and down. But I mean, there are loads of reasons, right? But then we also have stuff like Wanyu Esports down in London. They seem to get great traffic. Again, a large part of their market's probably from international Chinese students who are aware of the brand, because Wanyu is the biggest PC cafe or PC arena brand in China. So yeah, any international students coming over from there to London, which is a large student hub, especially for students, international students, they're gonna go there, right? Anyways, what's banning on? But yeah, I think don't just be critical, Spuds, Henry. Just understand what you know, and be honest. Just be honest with yourself. Be honest with them. Like if you tell them what you're telling me now, I'm pretty sure they're gonna appreciate it. If not, they're dumb. They're dumb to take on someone who even says like, oh, if anything, it's on them, right? It's on them if they decided, yep, I heard you loud and clear. We're still gonna go ahead of it. It's not on you. That isn't on you. Don't be the person who's like, yeah, I know everything and I'm gonna help you, and then if it flops and you take it on, just hold yourself accountable, please. I just want everyone to be accountable. Be accountable for your actions. Anything you do, if you do something good, accountability, great. You deserve praise. You do something bad, accountability. Accept that. Learn from it. It's okay to make mistakes. Just please learn from them. Okay. I've made many mistakes in my life. We can talk about that eventually one day. But yeah, many mistakes. But have I learned from it? I like to think I have. Most of them. I mean, there's still many more mistakes to be made. Maybe this is one of many mistakes, right? I'll see you in jail tomorrow, guys. I'll see you in court. No, I'm kidding. I got you guys, right? I got my subs backing me up. That money's gonna bail me out. I'm kidding. All right. Anyways, hope that answers your question there, Henry. Thanks, Butts. Whatever. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just a few quick questions that are popping up right now, which I can just answer on the bat here. So, Maddie, do you think students are right to go to social media? I've already answered that. Yes. I mean, not yes and no. Yes, if you're constructive and professional about it. No, if you're just there saying this is shit, memes, lols, blah blah blah. Be constructive, provide solutions, yada yada. Yeah, you can argue it's not your, it's not your responsibility to provide solutions, but it helps. But yeah, it blows my mind. Like, yeah, it's not your job to do that. But here's the thing, though, right? A lot of students are probably way more qualified than what the course offers. Like I keep telling this, like, if you're gonna offer a course like this, you need to know and you need to offer something of true value to students. Like, maybe this course is great for students who literally know nothing about esports. But let's be real here. The large majority of the students taken on and enrolling on this course aren't going to be people like that. They're going to be people who know esports, who compete, who watch, who attended events, right? They're going to be people who do this. So that's the market. That's the cohort we should be aiming to be pleasing, not just like the bare bones. And I'm speaking on the point of even if it was the case, right? But I don't think there is. I just think they didn't have it in them to make something like that. But yeah, any industry members, any academic institutions, or professors, lecturers, whatever, who are making their own course, healing there. Who are you targeting? Are you targeting the 101 esports people who don't know anything about it, or are you targeting the people who have interest in esports, who already live and breathe it? And if you're targeting that second, the latter, then you better have the content to back that up. Okay, next question. Also, can you show us your room setup? Ooh, okay. Ooh. I mean, this is obviously a green screen, right? You're probably aware of that. How about this? I'm not saying my room's a mess, okay? I mean, I'll show up my setup one day. I want to rebuild my desk. I want to rebuild my setup because I have 3 monitors. I have up to 4, but I don't have the space for it. I got a monitor up here. So if you see me looking up there, I'm actually looking at my 3rd monitor. Main one's here. It's hurt my neck because this is what straight looks for me. Left, right, up. But I want 4. I want 4 set up. But yeah, when that happens, my new desk, I'll probably be using that. That's when I'll start making my YouTube content or have a nice background. I don't want to always use the green screen because, it has limitations. It was fine. But yeah, you don't want to look behind that green screen. How about this? 100 subs, I'll show you behind my green screen. I'm not even gonna rearrange anything, okay? I'm gonna keep it up until then. There we go, incentives. This is how you market. 100 subs, I reveal what's behind the green screen. No. Yeah, I think I might lose a lot of hope in my career if people say, oh my god. Was 1 down already? Thank you for the subs, Pseudo Noodle. Oh dear, we're getting there, aren't we? Do I need to set up a goal for that? Studio review. Okay, I need to quickly. I need money, guys. Quick. Nah, kidding. Anyways, next question. Thanks for that question. Any advice for people seeking placement years with no experience as uni went from we have contacts for you to utilize to we don't know find something. Oh, okay. So quick TLDR there is advice for finding placements with no experiences, and the university, from what I gathered, made false promises of we have contacts for you to utilize. Okay, this is tough because I mean, this is an unfortunate case of me. Like, for me, it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, I have most of my connections for industry are with like Riot Games and the EU department. But guess what? Riot Games, especially the EU department, don't really have like internships or placement years, because when they hire the best of the best. Like, everyone I worked with there is super talented. They have years of experiences. They're like the unicorns, right? They're like the perfect people for their roles, all friendly, all great, all like super talented. And then it was me. It's like, oh yeah, I played League of Legends and got this job because I'm good at the game. You have no idea how, what's the word? How overshadowed I felt. No, they treated me with respect. So that's great. I only have great things to say about my time there. But anyways, yeah, so unfortunately I can't really help that. I mean, there is stuff. Hey, thanks for the gift of sub. Hey, Zarian. Fish, stop gifting, man. Like, put that money to something else, man. I don't know. Like, I didn't know what to say. What to put money to? Put it to some Among Us skins. Buy me Among Us skin. I want a Twitch bet. I'm kidding. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like I said, it's not the best time to be subbing to me because I don't have something to show off for it. I've even removed the thing at the bottom for her. Okay, but no, we'll make up for it. We'll make up for all the subs. I put it to okay. I'll put it to the esports degree. Okay, 50% of my earnings. No, I'm not even gonna even touch that. Sorry, I digress. But opportunities. Unfortunately, I can't really help there, right? Because I mean, I can always recommend you to people, but then that's on you, right? I'm not there asking people for jobs. Like, hey, do you have a job for this person? Or hey, do you have this job opening? Because most of my contacts don't have like placement or internship levels. I don't know why. You know, I could always ask them, but most of the case, not. Specifically for Riot Games, most of the internship placement opportunities are actually in North America in the LA office. Nothing that I can, well, not nothing, but very hard for me to really dab into, unfortunately. And for you, because they're probably going to hire locally unless you're you're excellent in what you do and you're very talented, and they fly you over, pay for your living or whatever. One thing I can say is though, Hitmarker. So I don't want to like tell every student to approach Richard and Hitmarker, but he's been great from what I've heard. He's helped students out. I'm probably going to reach out to him as well, invite him as a guest to talk about, again, to help students. I mean, his job is basically built around, his company is Hitmarker is built around finding people jobs within esports, right? Great person to have a guest member. I mean, you've probably all heard from him as well, so be nothing new. But I'm sure asking the right questions, he'll have a lot more to say as well. All right, so next question. You're very vocal on social media with your opinions about world affairs, political or not. Are you concerned that what you say online will lock out job opportunities in the future? That's a very good question. That's a question that deserves to be shown, actually. Thank you, Uzi. Uzi. It's been a while, man. Hope you're doing well. All right, so question here. So this is a very good question. I mean, this is a very difficult question to be answered. This is kind of off topic, but no. We'll use this time. Like I said, we're kind of like past the whole phase right now, but yeah, I 100% am. So I'm not sure if many follow me on social media, but yeah, I like to voice my views. I mean, this is probably also why I'm maybe in favor of students being like, hey, if you have an issue, voice it. I'm all down for like, speaking your mind as long as it's not like obnoxious. It has a place of, worth in terms of what you're saying. And it's not just, stupid things. It's not hate speech or whatever. Yeah, so, most I'm not sure what you wear, but my family, this is gonna be hard to say. But TLDR, my China tweets, I'm the whole Hong Kong kind of thing, because my family's from Hong Kong, where my standing that. But yeah, with the whole CCP kind of thing, I can see my career just tumbling down, which kind of explains it, right? So a big issue for me is because I'm so vocal on social media, and I'm someone who's gonna throw my career down the pathway for what I believe in terms of speech. Hence why I'm saying this, right? Hence why I'm probably so vocal about a lot of situations. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to like delve us into like a whole prance about speeches, but I just don't like being, silenced or censored, to be honest. Like, I like to speak my mind. If I see an issue, I will speak about it. Like, lock me up, I don't care. I'm gonna speak it. Maybe it's because I'm a millennial, right? Maybe it's because I'm a millennial. I will speak. But yes, I've definitely felt potential issues and conflict with, for example, like if I want to apply to like work with Riot Games again, will there be a conflict of interest with my recent tweets? Because, I mean, the whole thing with Tencent owning Riot Games 100%, I don't know. I can only assume. I can only make judgments and think maybe it would. Like, I don't know how much impact Tencent having 100% in the company has. I mean, they claim that, yes, Tencent owns them. And, I mean, I'm not sure what people think, but, like, does Tencent have influence or connections with the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, blah, blah, blah? My personal opinion is yes, just due to how they run things, in terms of, I don't know. That's another topic for another day. But yeah, I do feel my opportunities have been, or feel like it will be hindered. Like, maybe I'll never be able to work with or Riot again because of my things I share or my views. The smart thing to do is to be silent. It's to not tweet out and just live your life. But that's not a life for me. Like, I don't want to work with or for a company who, I don't know, who don't speak out or who don't support certain issues in the world. And there are a lot of issues in the world. Like I said, if we're going to talk about this, there's going to be a lot. I'm very not pessimistic. I like to call myself realist, but there's a lot of shit going on in the world. A lot. Whether that's starvation, whether that's pollution, whether that's, climate change. Like, we're hitting all the political things, right? And all these things. There's a lot of shit going on. And I, alongside many of you, are super privileged to be where we're at right now. In first world countries, you know, having a roof under our heads, having food, being able to be delivered to our our doorsteps, whilst people are out there starving, people are out there in war-torn areas, people who are trying to escape those areas but being rejected because, I don't know, racist views and migration. I mean, like I said, there's a lot to talk about. We can talk about that, right? I feel like with the whole lecture brand, I can talk about that, and I will. Yeah, I feel like, to answer the question, yeah, I feel like I've definitely hindered my potential career pathways into those. I wish it wasn't. I really wish it wasn't, because like I said, I'd love to work alongside Riot Games again. I have nothing bad to say, at least from my experience with the team I worked with. You know, I know there have been issues with, sexual harassment, and again, I always clarify, the North American office. I never experienced any of that in the European office, because I can only sing praise of them. But again, I don't blame people. I don't blame people who don't speak out, because job security. You know, we're in very difficult times right now. Not everyone is as stupid as me to leave a job during a pandemic where people are being furloughed and losing their jobs, and, you know, unemployment's probably going to go out the roof. Not everyone is as dumb as me to do that out of their own morals. I mean, I have some savings. Yes, but I'll be fine. I'm fine. I'm not that stupid. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. I'm concerned. I'm sad if that is the case. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. But I'm not someone who's gonna sit idly by and let shit like that happen, because, you know, if the only people who win, in my opinion, are the people who are, you know, causing these issues and sadness and in life, in the world. I can't stand by that, unfortunately. I mean, if anything, after this, I can be more vocal. Like, you have no idea. I can tell you right now. Okay, you know what? So, just a bit of personal things with me. So, a lot of Hong Kong people are now obviously leaving to the UK. I'm volunteering to actually. So I think there's this thing called HK Link Up, where basically I'm volunteering to working with people who are moving over. You know, learning the language, getting settled in, opening up bank accounts. That's something I want to do outside of everything here, and that's, again, just something that I want to give back to the world. I'm fortunate enough to be in a place where, you know, I can be comfortable. I don't have to deal with certain issues with certain governments, you know, or war, or death, you know, being whatever. I mean, the UK scares me. The UK scares me with the whole police things recently. I mean, again, political, I don't know what your views are. We can always just, you know, we can have a discussion. No one has to be right, no one has to be wrong. You can actually find a lot of the case that there's a fair middle ground between a lot of political views or opinions. It's always a divide. If one thing I like in the world is everyone, instead of just at each other's throats, it's just to come together and just talk. You know, instead of being left this or right that, guess what? A lot of left views are good, a lot of right views are good. A lot of left views are bad, a lot of right views are bad, right? It's just, why does it have to be left and right? Why can't we just merge the best ideas together and get rid of the shitty ones? But it's not as easy as that. It's not as easy as that. I know, the world is a complicated place. But yeah, I will never feel comfortable with how the world is at the current pace. There's too much shit going on. Too much. And yeah, I'm a lucky person. I'm a lucky person to be where I'm at. Like I said, I'm fucking streaming to you guys. I mean, I have people donating to me. Like I said, not hating on you guys, not hating on anyone who's like supporting me. Like, I fully appreciate this. You know, everyone has, like, don't feel guilty. I'm not here to make anyone feel guilty. I just want you to be aware of your position, right? And anything little you could do is great. Even if it's just speaking out. Nice little cycle around to speaking out. Yes, I'm speaking out. Fuck you. Insert bad thing. Yeah. Very good question. I love that. Thank you for that. And it's allowed me to be honest with myself. But yeah, I do feel like it may impact, but I really hope it didn't. You stuffed Kevin out of guilt. Yeah. I'm oppressing Fish Eats Corn, by the way, guys. I'm threatening them. All right. I'll let your family go now, Fish Eats Corn. The key's under your doorstep. And I hope your doorstep's not concrete, because that would have made no sense. Anyways, moving aside. Thank you for that question, Usually. That was great. Removed question since you already answered it. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for doing that. Planning to do a placement year after second year. Should I rely on uni to help, or should I seek out placements myself? How hard is it to do yourself? Any tips or recommendations for people also doing placements like me? Or another placement question. I mean, yeah, you should. I think all students. Thank you for the subscription, Slacker Matt. Like, oh, you literally worked against what I was trying to say. I don't have followers enabled. Is that you, Ewan? Thank you for the... Like I said, I didn't want this to be a case... I didn't want this to be a stream of following, subscribing. I mean, no one can donate to me, so that's good. But yeah, I'll catch you up on the follows and things, whatever. I mean, I'm already going off tangent a lot. Like, oof, this should have been done an hour ago. But no. It's just a great question. Okay, anyway, so placements. So one thing I recommend for students to do, let me get rid of this for now, is talk to your personal tutors. Reach out. Oh, how to get rid of this? Get away. There we go. Talk to your personal tutors or academic mentors, whatever. Talk to them. Some you may have, some you may have not. Reach out to them. Ask them first of all. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess you're coming to me asking for external help. Okay, well, first goal, talk to your personal tutors. Hopefully they can offer you something, right? Maybe the university has something to offer. Maybe Uni Temps has something to offer. I don't know. I can't confirm that, but it's worth a shot. What I can help you and advise you to do is, again, reach out. I don't want to say this because I feel like if I say this, like, imagine 300 students reaching out to Richard and DM being like, hey, Kevin told you to talk to you. Give me a job or something. Oh, no. This is why we have this, right? Instead of me having an hour meeting with 100 students that reached out, I can just do this stream. Same reason why I'll invite him over. Instead of like him talking to 100 individual students repeating the same things, he can then come on here and tell a large group of you in VOD format. Everyone's time is valuable, okay? Streamlabs, OBS. Ugh. There's a lot we haven't talked about, as you can tell. But placements. Unfortunately, you have to find it. Like, I don't know what the university said. I don't know who promised you X, Y, Z about opportunities. But from what I gathered during my time as course leader, the course or the university isn't responsible for you finding a placement job here or whatever. I know you're not restricted in terms of you have to, because you signed up for the placement year esports course. You don't have to. Like, you can transfer back on just to the general esports course itself. You know, whether the value of you getting that or not, I don't know. But yes, a lot of it is unfortunately you finding it. But I mean, why does the placement course exist? Why does the placement portion exist when, personally, I feel not many opportunities actually exist paid as well? Like, you're probably just going to be volunteering in the end. I mean, there aren't many paid. I mean, there are so few. I mean, even people who approached me, like ESI approached us with, I mean, I wouldn't say the placements or internships, but like opportunities, right? Paid opportunities, which is very, very rare already. Very few came about. There's not enough to cater for 300 plus esports students. Again, you know, I never thought about it. It's just something to pop in my head. Like, I mean, whose idea was it to even make a placement year? But at least you have the luxury of, not luxury, at least you have the option to transfer back onto the original esports BA course. Haha. And not, you know, be locked down into a placement because you probably can't find one. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't really help there. There are better people for that on the course, at the uni, from industry. Like I said, there's only so many people I can reach out to, but most people I reach out to don't hire for internships, unfortunately. So I can't really help there. All I can say is sorry. However, if you tell me what you like or want to pursue a career in, that's when I can start. Okay, well, I know this person. Let's ask them. Maybe they have someone. Okay, that's where I can help. Okay, so there we go. It's not I can't help, but if you can provide me with something that you want to do, like give me a role or a sector that you want to pursue a career in, then I can help. Maybe. Okay, Sony, there we go. Hope you're watching this. I'm not sure if you're here. I know we ran late, but there we go. Next question. Cool Bigs, do you have any advice for someone who wants to work with Riot Games, doing interviews or anything like that? Brian Walters. Okay, we got a name in there. Okay, so any advice for someone who wants to work with Riot Games, doing interviews? I probably shouldn't say this. I'm not sure if it's like industry stuff, but Riot Games, at least back, you know, from when I used to work with them, hence why I say with, by the way, because I wasn't full-time. I have to clarify that. I hope no one's going out saying, oh, Kevin worked as a writer. No, I was never a writer. I was a contractor, okay? But, I mean, even my manager said you basically were when you're working, you know, office days with everyone kind of thing. But yeah, that's another topic. Riot Games love people who are into sports. I mean, I'm not sure whether that's because they are predominantly a North American company who tend to love sports, but they took that love for sports, and it's probably why they're so successful and why they were the pioneers of esports in the Western world, in my opinion, with League of Legends, because they took what sports was great was for. Even broadcast. A lot of the broadcast crew from like the NA team were members from traditional sporting backgrounds. American football and all that stuff, hockey. Isn't hockey more like Canada, North America? I say NA. It's all the same. Don't see that. North America, never Canada, North America. Tip, esports fans, just group them up, okay? They're North America. What was I saying here? Oh yeah, sports. They love sports. They love people who are into sports. If you watch football, if you watch whatever, any sports, mention that. Obviously, don't lie about it. Or if anything, now, if you want to work with Riot, start watching sports, right? I mean, you could also argue esports, because obviously back then, where this experience is coming from is when they were still building that, this building esports. Now it's probably more established, where it's going to transverse from traditional sports to esports, because esports is more established, but it doesn't hurt. But yeah, being a huge sports fan, they, at least in the past, love that. So if you have that, great. If you don't have that, start watching. And guess what? If you watch traditional sports broadcast events, you'll learn naturally how that transfers over to esports anyways, because most of how esports was developed in the event and broadcast field was because of traditional sports. There's a reason why they look for that in a way, okay? So that's one tip already. Be into sports. Interviews. So I know Riot Games hiring process is very rigorous in terms of you have several interviews. You have several stages. It's very cutthroat, basically. Like I said, they hire the best of the best. I was just the guy that played League. Lucky. But yeah, it's a rigorous step. You got the application phase. So that's when you send in your CV, your cover letter. Then you probably have like 1, 2, maybe even 3. Like that. This is just me from here, not even experience. I never went through those crazy phases. Did I? I actually did have a few interviews actually. But yeah, so that's from experience. But I like to think it keeps the same because their vetting process is very intricate. Rightfully so as well, because like I said, they do well, and the reason they do well is probably because the people they hire. But yeah, after the application phase, you probably go through several different interviews with different people. Maybe people you work with, maybe people you aren't going to work with. Just maybe judgment of your character and that kind of thing. And then after that, you get like a denoob session. That's when you actually process through. Coins. Yeah, I need to change that thing. The coins, like a lot of the stuff you see below in the channel thing, that's old. Ignore that, okay? The pictures and things, that's gonna be upgraded over the week. Like I said, after this, assuming this ever finishes, it's gonna be revamped, branded, and everything. All right, okay. So, just want to touch on that. Yeah, what else there? So we talked about sports. We talked about the actual interview and application and hiring process. Be talented. I'm not saying you're not, but be the go-to person in your field, or be someone that's aspiring to grow in there, I guess. Like I said, they hire very talented people. One way you can build yourself up to that is, start looking or pursuing for jobs. Like basically treat it like a ladder, right? You're going from here to here to here, and Riot Games at the top. What's below Riot Games? Maybe it's a third-party external event. What's below that? Maybe it's something else. And what's below that? Maybe it's like national leagues, assuming we're talking about leagues and competitions. Maybe it's the NUL, right? Maybe you work some local staffs. Maybe you work staffs esports leagues broadcast event. Let's say work in broadcasting. Then you move up. You maybe work a NUL event. Maybe you move up. Maybe you work a regional, UKLC, whatever. So many different leagues now event. Then you move up to the EU. Blah blah blah. Right? There's so many different progression levels. But it's always start somewhere that can grow. Once you go here, you get the experience here. Move on. If you're fortunate, you can probably skip a few because you don't have to slave your way through one, the other. You might get a good break and be lucky and just jump straight up. Similar to I have. I joined first time observing. Never did observing before. Got trained for it. But yeah, like I said, back in what we call the Wild West days of esports, these opportunities don't exist. Back in the day of esports, a lot of it was just people just doing it, trying it, right? This new thing. I assume that many of these major, esports companies that exist now were just a group of friends that wanted to get into esports, and the people they hired were just their friends. They probably weren't qualified, they probably learned a lot. They made mistakes and they learned and they made it. But we developed from that, which is why it's hard to say. Like, when people say how I got into it, I always say networking, luck, yeah, and some volunteering, hard work. Sure, I mean, I can't devalue that. Obviously, I worked my ass off, volunteering, unpaid, managing. Yeah, thank you, mommy and daddy. I'll tell you that. But yeah, we can't say the same. Like, I think what applied 5 years ago with people, at least for myself, isn't the same for people now. For you guys, you know, you don't have the same luxury, because now if you want to be an observer, you there are avenues to gain observer experience, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, and now it's no longer friends of friends giving each other positions. It's now, oh, you got to have 5 to 7 years of experience, blah blah blah. All right, we'll move that. Remove questions since we already answered that. Do you have advice for someone who wants to work? Okay, so I think we answered that. So be into sports, understand the interview process and how rigorous it is, and just be good at what you do. There is obviously more. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. I'm just saying, let me give you one more. Since you're here, let's try and give you one more. I mean, networking is always great. How about this? And this is for anything. This is not just for like Riot Games specifically. This is have a location avenue or some form of portfolio where you can show off your skills. You know, if you're into like content creation or the artistic side, have a portfolio of your work. If you're doing broadcasting, have a like portfolio of all the broadcasts you've done, how many broadcast hours you've done, what roles you've done, you know, how many of them are remote, how many of them are in-house, that type of thing. What else is there? If you event management, what events did you work on? Obviously, the bigger the events, the better. What was your role? What did you do? Like LinkedIn. Okay, LinkedIn is always great, but that's just, again, for anything. So these are more generic tips for any like getting any jobs, I feel. LinkedIn is great, especially in esports. This is basically what your CV is, right? Your CV is a list of your experiences. Obviously, you can only fit so much on a 1 piece or 2 side pieces of A4 paper, but this is why you then direct them. Hey, this is what I have. If you want to see more in a nice, visual, appealing way, here's my website. Here's my, www.esportslecturerportfolio.com. And then, boom, I've worked for this event, done this. This is my responsibility, working this event or in this role. I've worked with XYZ. Here's their testimonies. Oh, Kevin was amazing. He was great. He put a knife to my neck to make me write that. No, I'm kidding. You know what I mean? But yeah, okay, those are your 4 tips. So yeah, write them down, remember them. Riot Games specifically, sports, rigorous interview process, and they love talent. And then obviously how to build yourself up to that talent. Understand your ladder progression, your steps, right? Your linear progression towards that. And then the 2 general ones were LinkedIn and building a portfolio. A list of portfolio of your experiences. And that can apply to anything, right? Hence why I said it's basically your CV. And LinkedIn is basically just an extended CV where you can write a lot more onto it. Really flash it out. Cool. All right, we're on to our last question submitted on the chat. What is my best resource to continue learning broadcast production after I graduate? Ooh, self-taught. Freelance, volunteering. I mean, talk to me. You can always talk to me. I'm always happy to talk about broadcast production, as you can probably tell. But yeah, I've got contacts that I can reach out to you. Like I said, if you have a specific role in mind, technical directing, producing, video producer, graphics producer, stats, observing. All right, let me know, and I can put you in contact. Obviously, if you're interested in League of Legends specifically or Valorant now, anything Riot Games specific, I can give you a 1-up there. But if it's like CSGO, I can put you in a general direction, but not as much as I can do elsewhere. But resources, YouTube. I mean, no, more so it's actually getting experience, like hands-on experiences. Yeah, like you probably won't be able to get your hands-on an actual vision mix, a physical one, right? I mean, I don't know how much time you have left on the course, but if you can get into the Esports Hub, like, as much as I mentioned the side of it, but, the one good side of it is the equipment there. The vision mixer alone, learn that, practice that, boom. But yeah, YouTube's, again, like, so much content is free online. Online resources is great for just learning anything. Like, I would not be surprised if there was a bunch of content online where you can learn X, Y, and Z. I learn a lot on YouTube, okay? Like, everything I want to know, I do in YouTube. Like, Discord, like, bots and stuff like that, Like, even, like, I was doing some Photoshop and After Effects again. I was using that. OnlyFans, yes, everyone. At 6969, so 6,969 subs, I'll make an OnlyFans account. How about that? I'm not promising what's gonna be on there. But yeah, that'll be another goal, right? So 100 subs, you get to see what's behind this amazing reveal. And at 6,969, you get an OnlyFans account. Promise. Clip this. Don't be lied to, okay? Because you know what OnlyFans can be like. I don't go on OnlyFans. Only students page. As a business idea, only students. Okay, that sounds bad actually. That just sounds like an OnlyFans for students. Okay, scrap that. Scrap that. One of you can take that idea. I don't know. I wish I could draw like the splash. Oh, May. Do you want? I can try and put you in contact with a senior artist over there. Let me know. We'll talk anyways, because like I said, we gotta catch up anyways. But thank you, May. She's my mod. Again, I want a round of applause for my mod. Mod is still here to this day after 3 years when I just abandoned everyone. I miss everyone, May. I miss Angel. I miss Iconic. Like, I bought the game, the Sexy Brutal, just so I can play that, and yeah, I left. But I'm back. I'm back, and I'm gonna keep up with this, okay? But yeah, we got a lot of time, in terms of stream time to catch up with. I actually have a decent computer now, which I can run games, not a crappy FPS, and there's some great games to play. Woo! Okay. Yeah, we're a little over time, but I think that's all the questions I have so far. I'm not let me see if there's any other questions here real quick. Okay, let me just quick gander here. Quick. All right, so that's all me. Cool. All right, everyone. So I don't have a 3090. I mean, RX, isn't it? Wait, are we talking about NVIDIA cards here or Radeon cards? I mean, I want a 3080 or a 90. I probably will get one eventually, but no. I have to be responsible with my money. This will be a VOD. I mean, not this, but there will be a VOD available. Hopefully Twitch saves one where I can just download it, but I have locally recorded one. It's going to be a big file. But yeah, there will be a VOD. I'll post it on YouTube. Like I said, after today, when I have time, probably tomorrow, I'll make everything, right? So YouTube, let me just play this real quick. So sorry, I'm going to cut you out, but let me pause it. You probably still hear me here, but yeah. So I'm going to have socials on. Also, this is great. So shout out to Jacob for making this for me. Boom. I'm going to have a Twitter, which, yeah. I'm going to have Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, obviously. So it's going to stay on this channel. I'm just going to rename it. And we have Discord. So yeah, I'll let you guys know. But the best place right now is to follow me on Discord. Not follow me. Join the community on Discord. And then everything will grow from there. But yeah, I'm planning on making YouTube content over time. I need to invest in some equipment. But yeah, it's going to be a cool thing. Yeah, it's great, man. I mean, it's a reveal, but I'm gonna plaster that everywhere right now. Post on Twitter and all sorts. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of late. This is not the optimal time to post, unfortunately. But I probably will. I'll still grab the NA market here. It's what? It's 3 p.m. in Pacific time now, and I think 5 p.m. Eastern. I mean, most of my UK market probably here anyways. So I appreciate everyone here. What's the Discord? How can I get more fantastic content from you? You can follow me on my OnlyFans on... No, I'm kidding. Let me post a link again. Man, I do talk a lot of shit, don't I? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with me. But I do fully appreciate it. I've been planning this for days. I wanted this to be perfect. And I was like, you know what? Every day that goes by that I don't do it, I'm going to regret. So hence why the production and everything's rushed and stuff like that. Normally, I'm very organized about everything. I have an agenda. This is question 1, 2, 3. We're going to break it up into topics and categories. I'm doing it again, talking shit. All right, where's my chat? Join the Discord, everyone. Get in there. Get in here. That's like a Hearthstone thing, right? Like get in the inn or something like that. I don't know. Oh wait, wasn't that the Hearthstone card with the brawler, the warrior? I played that, right? Oh, what was it called? Yeah, the Grim Patron. Yes, I played. That was like last time I played. I only played it because that's what people were playing. I was like, oh, okay. Well, if I just need to do this one thing, sure, I'll play it. But yeah, everyone get in there. We're going to build it. It's going to grow. It's going to be a lot. This is literally day 0. Like the announcement was today. Yeah, I mean, don't stalk me, but stalk me on the Discord. I'll be active there, answer the questions. But yeah, there's a lot coming. This is literally just the grassroots ground going. I don't know. I need to drink more water. Everyone drink water. Something I don't do. I should be saying that. Practice what I preach. And hopefully I'll be able to get my hair cut because my hair is terrible. Should I show you it real quick? Look at my little... Oh, it doesn't look bad now when I have the headphones on. So all I just need to do is wear my headphones. Got a little top knot going again. But yeah, I got little tentacles going here. But I need a haircut real bad. Maybe I asked the chat in the community, hey, what hairstyle should I have? Because I don't know. I've got many. Like, do I keep it long? Do I grow it out? But anyways, it's late. I actually have something very important to do. It's a deadline, and I'm not sure if it's deadline for like 11:59 p.m. on a Monday or literally in 19 minutes. But if it's due in 19 minutes, I'm already screwed. So let's live life the way it is. But yeah, everyone, I want to say, unless there's any questions, all right, last chance, everyone. I mean, let's say we're going to end at 12 midnight, okay? So 19 minutes, go. Any questions? Like, come on, fire round. I'm going to fire the answers out real quick. I like your long hair, looks sexy. Nice. I want to grow it long though, but I just don't know what style. Like, whether I keep it long. I kind of like the bun in a way, but it's awkward right now because my sides aren't long enough. Next stream when? Oh, good question. So planning for next week. The schedule will be put out. I mean, I'm still trying to decide what the optimal days are. So obviously one day is gonna be weekend, whether that's Friday, Saturday. I'm not sure if it's Sunday. There's gonna be 2 days during the weekdays, so whether that's Tuesdays and Thursdays. Unfortunately, I don't know. Like, apologies. Like I said, I haven't really considered this. The Discord will hopefully be active. Yes, like I said, it's got a lot planned there. I got a lot to plan there, and you know, feedback, suggestions. I mean, I'm currently going through like mod applications right now. I don't want to make any false promises. You know, great content for the day. No, I'm not here to make false promises, but at least what I envision for the Discord is going to be great, right? Like I said, I can't make any promises. Who knows? Maybe this completely just flops next week or the week after or within a month, right? I hope not, but I'm going to put a lot of work into this. I will be working a few freelance events, though, in the next coming few weeks or months, which is what I'm unsure of in terms of my schedule. And then North American events, so yeah. But I want a fixed schedule, but now that I've announced this, I can actually start fixating it something and work around that rather than me working my stream around other commitments. But once I commit to something, I gotta do that. Do you see what Howard said on Twitter? Who's Howard? You have permission to share that with me, Jonesy. I'm not sure if you have me in Discord, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you didn't sub for me. Fuck you, Jonesy. God damn it. Just a matter of time, right? I mean, I've already swore. I'll probably get demonetized, right? I probably will swear. I love swearing too much. Jonesy, fuck you. I appreciate it, but fuck you. Nah, I'm kidding. That was funny. I expect that. Johnny, you've been cyberfucked. Oh god. Is this guy an esports student? This has to be an esports student, right? That was a good laugh. We needed that. Thank you. But no, any questions? Like I said, we have 16 minutes. Shoot me, guys. Come on. I'm gonna have to probably kill it at thingy at midnight, so 16 minutes. I've ran way over, as expected. But have you heard about DN Esports? No. Sorry. If it's UK, I probably don't know. Noggy, what's up? Noggy, are you the Erasmus student? Sorry if I'm getting stuff wrong. Oh, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Wait, is that literally what DN Esports is? These nuts Esports? Like, don't tell me that's not a thing, right? You're not Noggy. Noggy, your name stands out. I know you followed me. All right, tell me. We're learning here. I've got a lot. Like, I've still got students' names in my head that I need to get out. You look like an appropriate daddy. I assume that's a good thing, right? I mean, do I want to be an inappropriate daddy? I'd rather be an appropriate one rather than an inappropriate one, right? I mean, I do swear. I wish you spelled my name with a capital K. Also, I'm like whatever. I prefer Kevin. The thing is, like, I was thinking about like, do I only consider myself the esports lecturer? It was kind of cringe, but nah, Kevin's fine. I like that personal thing. Also, don't like nicknames. Don't call me Kev. I shouldn't have said that as well. Don't call me Kev. Appropriate for the role. Well, technically, Kevin is my mom. We put capital K. The lecturer in me just wants to correct everything. Please capitalize names. All right, no questions, everyone. No questions. We good? There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot more to come. Also, like, for those who like wondered what the hell, like, this annoys me. I'm just seeing this now, but you want to know how I got these scars? I don't know if that's how the Joker sounds. It's been a while, but I mean, for those, I'm not here to throw a sob story out, but yeah, I was hospitalized like 2 weeks ago, and I passed out and I landed. This is in A&E, and I passed out and landed on something, and it created this. I hope this doesn't scar. Yeah, it just annoys me seeing this. It's annoying. I wear a scarf. What's the question? I'm looking for a replacement. Got any advice? Apologies if it has been asked already. Nogi, yes, it's been asked, but let's answer, okay? So, okay, Nogi, my first question is, do you know, again, I hate asking this, do you know what career, what role, what pathway, what sector within esports, assuming you're talking about esports, you want to work within? What role? If you can't give a specific role, what general area? Is it broadcast? Is it events? Is it business? Is it finance? Is it PR? Broadcasting. But that's not looking likely. Okay, never say that, first of all. Like, I'll never let a student say, never likely in broadcasting, because I always vouch for positions in broadcasting. Placements in broadcasting. One thing I didn't mention is broadcasting isn't just esports, right? It's traditional sports, it's live events, there's all these different areas for it. And actually, there are, I'm not sure if they're called internships or placements, but there are these opportunities to work within those areas. And broadcast production isn't just like for these events, it's also TV. Traditional broadcast production, TV, news. There are all these areas, these traditional, well-solidified industries that you can find opportunities. The BBC, Channel 4, ITV, have a look at their careers websites. And guess what? I think you having a interest or, knowledge in esports is actually very, I like to think, would be an interesting take for them. They're like, oh, we don't have anyone interested in esports. And then maybe you can sell the fact that esports is growing to them. And, assuming they have a news channel, they're going to be taking up esports anyways. Sky News, maybe. I know Sky Sports are doing esports stuff. Reach out to them. I mean, okay, that gives me something to do as well. I need to reach out to people within the actual news industry who are focusing around esports. And then, build connections, find opportunities. Radio, yes. Radio, like you learn a lot from radio. Like I said, using an audio mixer and all stuff. Podcasts. There are so many things, right? But the thing is, you're asking for a placement or internship specifically. Like that's completely different to what I'm seeing, like experience. But no, don't only look at Newell and Riot and esports internships and placements. No, there are traditional things. Like I said, what industry you're saying, you can take a traditional course experience and then just with your knowledge of esports apply that. It might even be more beneficial. And like I said, I do agree with that. Like, I don't want to say this, but I'd like to think, wait, Spuds, will you still go by Manx Asian on League Client, or is it lost to the void? I mean, I have Manx Asian as my main, and I have Esports Lecture. I just need to level up the Esports Lecture account. If that's a question of asking me whether I want to play League of Legends or not, maybe I'll get back into League. If you guys want to see League content, like I said, I can observe for it. I mean, I still got it. I got all the macro in here. Obviously, mine is the meta. My micro, so did I say macro? My macro is in here. Game knowledge is never going to leave me, minus, maybe some intricacies like pathing and timings and stuff and metas and whatever. But micro is where I'm going to lag. But I like to think I still got it. But yeah, we'll probably play some League. We'll see. We'll see what the community wants. It's lost the void. Free format. What's happening with the branding for the channel? Is it staying as... No, so this channel, so right now this is MANXAZN, which is pronounced like Manx Azin, whatever you want to say. That's gonna change, so I'm gonna change the username to Esports Lecture. I shouldn't say that, because one of you fuckers are gonna go and take it right now on you. Don't! I swear to God, if one of you do that, I'm gonna sue you. I got this copyrighted. Or do I? No. Okay. This has me worried now. One of you fuckers are gonna do it, aren't you? But yeah, I'm gonna rebrand this to Esports Lecture. Oh god, I'm actually killing myself right now because probably one of you fuckers are doing it, right? And then you gotta sell it to me. But yeah, so this is gonna be rebranded. So stay on this channel. If you followed it, great, keep it up. I wanted to build upon this. Why not, right? There's no point making a separate one. Like, I won't be streaming on my personal one separate to this one. Free fitty. I'll I'll give you a free video and a pack of custards. Honestly, you fuckers. If I found any of you taking it, I'm gonna be so pissed. Yeah, Manx. Okay, so, I mean, okay. Let's hear the story of Manx Asian. So, I mean, I'm not sure if any of you follow me on Twitter who saw my tweet or reply to Dumbfounded. So Dumbfounded, the hip hop artist. He mentioned about the whole Asian thing, right? Anyway, so Manx Asian or Asian, whatever you want to pronounce it, is a combination between my nationality or whatever you want to call it. So I'm from the Isle of Man, and people from the Isle of Man are called Manx. So let's say if you're born in England, you're English. You're born in Scotland, you're Scottish. You're born in, I was going to say Ireland, but then that's like two different things. If you're born in Northern Ireland, you're Northern Irish, and if you're born in the Republic of Ireland, you're Irish. Whatever, I don't know what it is. Sorry there, but yeah. But if you're born in the Isle of Man, you're Manx. And the Asian is just me being cool. It's a cool way of saying Asian, right? Because back in my day, the kids would be like, oh, the Asian, the best, the cool thing called Asians is Asian. So it's Asian with spelt in a cool way. I still think it's cool. But no, this is stuck with me. This has basically been my, my name, my brand, my brand before branding became even a question in my life. Since God knows how many. I mean, I'm very young, very young. But I like it. And I can shorten it as well. Let me try this out. So I can like shorten it down to little cool things like let's do this. So I can shorten it to MAZN. Let's do this as well. I can do like MAZN, which is my b-boy name. So again, for those who weren't here when I mentioned it, but I used to be b-boy, so I used to be a break dancer. I used to b-boy. I used to be breaking. B-boy is fine. So then I could be like, oh, I was known as MAZN, which do you get it? Like, I am MAZN. I'm amazing. And then some guy, I mean, I say something. Marcel, the ex-jungler, ex-professional European jungler for League of Legends. Obviously, his name was amazing. So I was like, oh, shit. But I mean, we're going to conflict, right? But yeah, there's so many things to do. It's amazing, Manx Asian, MAZN. Let's, come on, this is cool, right? This is cool. Shut up. This is really cool. MAZN. I'm amazing. Amazing. But then again, like, you don't pronounce Z like that, right? MAZN. Yeah, it does. No, because then it'll be M-A-Z-N. M-A-Z-N. I am M-A-Z-N. That doesn't work. Okay, we can tweak it, right? Come on, we can tweak it. Music artists always do that. But yeah, that's the story. That's the story of my name. It's gonna suck, but my personal, like, private branding will still remain. Manx Asian, amazing, whatever you want to call it. Also, some fucker on Twitter took my name, so little industry secret here, but basically when I joined the whole League of Legends thing, I was known as LOL Strike. So my username was Strike. I was known as Strike, and some people from the industry call me Strike still, which just throws me off guard because that was years ago. So yeah, I was known as Strike, or LOL Strike. And then when I rebranded back to my personal account, some Russian bot took my name, like Manx Asian without spaces or underscores. Now that's why my Twitter is Manx_AZN. That annoys me. I mean, I could probably report it and claim it now, but I don't know the whole Twitter process. Twitter, any Twitter employees, please give me back my name. I want my personal account name, right? That underscore kicks me in the ass. Anyways. Any other questions, everyone? It's been a great session, I feel. I like to thank anyone from the industry or academia who turned in. I apologize for how uncoordinated and off tangent I went. But I like to think you learned some stuff. Like I said, in the VOD, maybe I'll just trim some stuff. Also, despite everything, what was the best thing at Staffs in your opinion? The best thing at Staffs, in my opinion, was... Great. Okay, this will be the last question. Great thing to finish upon. The best thing at Staffs was, 1, the students. Y'all, shout out to all you guys, especially the good ones. I mean, luckily enough, there were very few bad ones, okay? There wasn't bad students, but, some students were, let's just say, not that pleasant to be dealing with. But very few. Like, I can count them on one hand, I think. But yeah, the students, for one. Certain members of staff were great. Like I said, I can shout them out all day. Really appreciated them. A lot have helped me out. I mean, some of them are obvious. You guys know who you are. Because the problem is, if I call out the good ones, then it's like, okay, well, what about the other ones I didn't call out? But no, they're great ones. And I'm sure you as students know who the good ones are. I'm not saying there's good and bads, but you know, they have their strengths in their own ways. Others less so, let's just say that. Now that's my only little kind of drama causing there. It's obvious, yes. I had issues with certain members of staff, but majority of them I was happy. Very happy. So yeah, students, certain colleagues. What's the third one? The third one, maybe, I mean, I could make this very like transparent in essence. Like, let's move this to number 5 for now. Oh, this is the rock. This is the rock hand, right? Yeah, this is the rock one. Yeah, rock on. I just will sidetrack there, but I mean, I say used to, but I was definitely really into the heavy metal and like punk and rock and stuff like that. Not sure if you know, but anyways, tangent aside, as you can tell. Students, colleagues. 5th was the development into here. Like without all the stuff I went through with staffs, I probably wouldn't be here doing this talk today, building this brand today, right? Yes, everyone. Yeah, and that's like a side note, but there are definitely some in between. I mean, you know, I've opened my eyes. This was an experience. This was a learning experience, like delving into academia, teaching in general. I've learned a lot. I just hope this, you know, the whole academic experience and issues that I've experienced isn't widely spread across other institutions. And I wouldn't say it is, right? I can't generalize. One experience from one uni is probably not going to be the same for others. Who knows? It could be better here. Maybe other unis are actually even terrible and I had it lucky, right? We don't know. But yeah, there's a lot. Let's just say that. So yeah, great question. Great one to end at. But yeah, thank you again, May, for the link to the Discord. Please join everyone. Is that the same one though? That's the thing. Cause I know we have 2. I'll probably have to get rid of the old one because, I mean, that one's not really doing much. Yeah, that's not the old one. Okay. Okay, we got the people back again. It's gonna be good. But yeah, May again, thanks. We're gonna get, you know, we're gonna bring Angel back in. Catch you guys up on everything. I mean, this is just I guess a portion of my life, I guess, but it's a very eventful one. Like I said, I don't take any of these things as like hard things. If anything, these are all learning experiences. Yes, good job, May. Thank you. I mean, I'm not sure if you had to ban or kick anyone here, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the whole modding thing as well. Nice. I'll get you mod now. Let's do that right now before I forget. Moderator. For those who don't know, May actually made my original Discord server, but that obviously didn't gain a lot of traction. But I mean, that was kind of a half-assed stream. I mean, there are people I missed there. I'm glad they're coming back in. We got back 2 of the 3 people, or 2 of the 4. I mean, there's probably like a few others scattered around. All right, May, where are you? May. Oh, and Angel. Let's get them both mods. Get in here. Mod. You get a mod. Everyone gets a mod. Mod. But yeah, if anyone wants to be a moderator, like I said, not expecting any experiences. Obviously, if you have experiences, that'd be great. But looking out for mods, for Twitch, for Discord, you know, and that's going to grow into stuff, assuming this grows bigger, you know, community management, media, social media, video editor. Like, hell, if any of you guys are interested in video editing, I'm probably going to be looking for a YouTube editor and all that stuff. And I'm going to rush for that paid because, like I said, I don't want people to do stuff for free. Yeah, Matt. Okay, Matt, we can talk. Like I said, I'm going to create like Google Forms out, and I'm going to get rid of this first. I'm going to create Google Forms. We'll get those applications in. But yeah, I'm hopeful. Like I said, if anything, you as students have the first thing. I want to give back. I didn't just abandon you. Hopefully no students think I just abandoned you, or I'm here for you, right? As guilty as I feel for leaving, and I shouldn't. Okay, here's another thing. I shouldn't feel guilty because you got to care about yourself in the end. Yeah. I'm here. I'm back. But on that note, oh shit, it's perfect timing. Hey, happy New Year, everyone. It's Monday, and you guys are up too late, assuming if you have work, or if you have, I don't know. Do you have 9 a.m.? Oh, I got something to do for tomorrow. I've either screwed up at this hour right now because the deadline was now, or it's in 23 hours and 59 minutes, which let's just work with that, okay? No, cheers everyone. I know I'm still live, Emmy, and this is going to be a long-ass VOD, and I feel sorry for the people catching up on this 4-hour VOD. I'm probably going to have to cut it down short anyways. I'll definitely put timestamps in. But no, everyone, happy New Year, everyone, and thank you for joining. Sorry for how off tangent I went, but I hope you benefited. I hope I relieved some stresses and anxiety from certain students. But like I said, I'm only here to provide you information. It's up to you now to make informed decisions, right? I want what's best for you. I want what's best for esports. I want what's best for just anything, right? I'm not here to like. Okay, the way I see it is, if there are issues to be said, they gotta have to be said. If that naturally just progresses into like the course being seen in a negative light, I'm sorry, that just has to be the case, right? But like I said, there are good and there are bad cases of the course. Just is it gonna be even? Or is it gonna be weighted? But either way, we'll see you next time, everyone. Like, I will hopefully be streaming next week. Let's ballpoint this for a second. Let's pencil this in. How about Tuesday? Don't expect crazy production value by then, because I'm gonna be working this over the weeks. But yeah, I will get at least one stream out. Ideally, 2 streams out over the weekdays for next week. But yeah, we'll get through. Like I said, if you want to know more, get on Discord and you'll see. You'll see where I'm going. Oh, I need to like put my branding and everything. That's gonna be fun. I can finally slap the logos on everything. So yeah, get in the Discord. Hopefully you found it beneficial. If you didn't and you just stuck it through, then you're a trooper. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Daily stream. Oof, that's gonna be rough. I mean, someone's not gonna like that. Fish, we know that. I don't know how this is gonna affect the Among Us thing, but we'll get it. Maybe we'll stream some Among Us, right? I don't know if you guys are comfortable about it. We'll see. But yeah, we have like a regular Among Us party, and that's fun. Anyways, good night. Thank you for turning up here, DH Zaybatsu. I'm gonna miss scuffing up names. I'm off to bed. Yeah, thanks. I just hope this was useful. Like I said, if I helped even one person here, that's 4 hours worth well spent. Yay! Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the follows, everyone. Good night, Zareen. Good night, everyone. I'm gonna probably rest my voice. I'm not gonna be able to speak tomorrow. Josh gonna play boss. That's a master student, right? Bye bye. Sleep well, everyone. Good night. Good night. Get off. If you got 9 a.m., go. If you got work, go. Do I treat this like a lecture where I wait till everyone goes or I kick them out before I leave? This feels so foreign to me. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for turning up. I really do appreciate it. And for those who watched the VOD or watching the VOD in the future, or now you're present, thank you for sticking through. I mean, whether you had this in the background or not, who knows? But yeah. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do. Thanks for watching. Well, my face is gone now. But yeah, everyone, good night. I'm gonna call this quits, and I'll see you next time. See ya.